SANParks loves to run things on time. Rumor has it you had a great time last night as Leanne hosted the gala and Dr. Tebe Ikalafeng was here especially for you. There's an exercise that I do every morning after a congregation has partied the night through. We need to stretch that out of you. So ladies and gentlemen, please humor me. Please can we all stand? Please can we all reach to the heavens and just stretch a bit? You know. And then just reach to your neighbor on the side and say, good morning, I hope you had a great time last night. Of course, we're not going to ignore our guest on the right. Good morning, I hope you had a great time last night. And then for this little exercise, I want absolutely no complaints. Let's touch the ground. Give yourselves a round of applause. Please be seated. After exercise, we must always stretch. We must always take care of our bodies. I think we all woke up on a high. So many congratulatory messages. So many outputs from yesterday. Dr. George promising to make sure that the 2040 vision is achieved. Professor Curley educating us and reminding us that the sunlight can be sent back to its source. Our chairman, now my aunt, Pam, reminding us that if our dreams aren't big enough, our dreams don't scare us, we need to dream bigger. My incredible co-host today, reminding us that our dreams are valid and we must go and explore the world. She played with the gorillas and danced under the stars. And this is all part of the story of heritage. And this is why we're here, to ensure that the Vision 2040 comes to fruition. Today's program is going to be a little different. We're going to have different panels on stage, and also you get to break away for the day so that you can impart knowledge with each other and find solutions to this journey that we're on. Our first panel looks into the past and the future, and to facilitate this panel is Advocate Tawe Mahlati, ECPTA board member. Please can we welcome Tawe on stage. Good morning, CEO. Our CEO is going to facilitate as well. We were informed that it's going to be an inclusive process, so this is what we would like to do.
Good morning, everyone. I hope today we're all refreshed. Those who came on 6 a.m. flights today are more energetic. Those who are dealing with the nerves of day one, who are part of the organizing committee, I'm sure there's a sigh of relief from all of us. Everything came together, and I don't know how many of you managed to touch the ground. I try to look around. But thank you for that, Wenati, my sister. I just will not be facilitating. I'd like to introduce the panelists and the facilitator. On the program, it appears as a co-facilitated process, but I'd like to introduce Advocate Tawe Mahlati, as Unati had already mentioned, as the facilitator. She is a board member of a key stakeholder and partner for SANParks in our drive for creating these mega living landscapes. And I'd like to then introduce the panel, the panelists. I'm going to call them up. Mr. Neil Haworth, the chairperson of Indaba Protected Environment. His key focus is on conservation and community beneficiation, and community beneficiation is a key driver of inclusivity. Inclusivity is a driver of what we hope to achieve with mega living landscapes. I'd like to call on stage as well Gogo Amanda Kabashe. Tokoza Gogo. She's the managing director of Ubu Investment Holdings. Gogo Kabashe is a traditional healer. And we want to find out from her what would be the success factors for inclusive conservation, particularly from that perspective of the traditional healers. We are also
can't sit.
Makosi Tokozan. We also have a youth perspective because the future is really about the youth. And I would like to call on stage Ms. Palisa Nzala. She's a climate activist, and we need to find out from her what the aspirations of the youth are, what their dreams are, within the context of Mega Living Landscapes of Vision 2040. Welcome and thank you. We have an interesting tourism business in the Ado area called the Molololo Lodge. It's a business with a very strong community beneficiation element to it. I find it a very fascinating business, and I'm hoping it is something that we can replicate in other mega living landscapes. To hear more about that business, its model, its approach, its impact, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Robert Thompson, Molololo Lodge. Thank you so much. And this session seeks to reflect on some of the challenges of the conservation sector, what it has faced in the past and what opportunities exist in the future, and how we can position this sector, which is conservation, for more inclusivity. And with that, I'll hand over to the panel facilitator, Ms. Gawe Mahlachi. Thank you.
Molweni. I also like the lady who was here yesterday to ululate about the fact that I also come from the Eastern Cape. I come from the eastern side of the Eastern Cape. In the eastern side of the Eastern Cape, we may not have the Sundays River and the mountains as they were described by the chairman of SANParks. We, however, have an unbelievable phenomenon. We are told that there are 10 waterfalls that drop directly into the sea, and 6 of them are in the Mkambati area in the Eastern Cape. And in fact, they've recently been featured in a movie called Mission Impossible. When you see those cascading falls, that's where very close to where I come from. Colleagues, leaders, partners, this session invites us to hold the tension between history and horizon. Yesterday, Leanne gave an absolutely apt proverb. This is a Swahili proverb which says, "You can never cross the ocean until you dare lose sight of the shore." I believe that this strategy of SANParks is challenging us to do exactly that. For too long, conservation in South Africa was built on exclusion, land fenced, communities displaced, heritage separated from nature. The Vision 2040 process challenges us to step into a new paradigm, the paradigm of the mega living landscapes, where conservation, tourism, socio-economic development are inseparable. At a strategic level, this means reimagining our parks, not as isolated assets, but as economic anchors that stimulate skills, jobs, enterprises, and pride across entire regions. It means marketing South Africa not only as a destination of wildlife, but as a place where cultural heritage, biodiversity, and community resilience converge. And this idea of the mega living landscapes has already been partially established in Rwanda. African Parks work in Rwanda demonstrates the power of this approach. In Akangera, conservation has been reframed as a national regeneration. Wildlife recovery has catalyzed tourism. The tourism has directly funded schools, clinics, and enterprises. In Nyungwe, again in Rwanda, communities are positioned not as beneficiaries, but as co-architects of conservation. The message is clear. When conversation is inclusive, it becomes a driver of nation building, not merely an environmental program. The question before us today is therefore not whether conservation and tourism can work together, but how we can scale models that center communities, that center youth and indigenous knowledge while positioning our landscapes as globally competitive destination. The dialogue that we're about to have is an opportunity to sharpen the vision. We have a distinctive opportunity today to drink from the well of the panelists. A lot of them have already engaged their pathway in this particular journey. So without much further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Neil Howard of Indaba to please come up on stage and tell us a little bit about what it is that they are doing there.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for that introduction. My name is Neil Howarth. I am the chairperson of the Indaba Protected Environment, and my day today is actually the Conservation and Foundation Manager at Pumba Private Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape as well. I guess I can also say I was born and raised in the Eastern Cape here in GQ, so and schooled in Makanda, so I haven't gone far either. I wanted to start by touching on what Prof. Curley spoke about yesterday regarding the high and far concept with regards to protected areas. Historically, lots of protected areas were in those inaccessible lands, and the reason that was done was because land's expensive. It's hard to come by, and there's only a limited and finite resource. And that's where private funding started filling that gap. Private funding was able to buy critical biodiversity regions in this landscape, in the Adota Amatola landscape, and establish a form of protection. Now, the criticism was that obviously it was in that old structure of fortress conservation where generally it was at the cost of the surrounding area. We have desperately tried to change that concept over the last 10 to 15 years. Indaba has been in existence for about 21 years now, and we are looking to change that perception as being part of this process. But just to highlight some of the ecological projects that Indaba is involved in and how important Indaba and other private reserves will be in the future, is the fact that we have a lot more resources that we can tap into immediately. For example, Shamwari, we wouldn't have oxpeckers in the region if it weren't for Shamwari, which has a knock-on to the agricultural sector. They are busy reintroducing Cape vultures into the region for the first time in generations. Amakala Game Reserve has just opened the first underpass. Their animals can actually now cross under the N2 between properties, which is a huge leap forward. Kariga and Kwandwe are busy doing massive land expansions into areas that are in desperate need of ecological protection. And there are also massive species introductions and maintenance on certain genetics. Prof. Curley was obviously quite critical yesterday of the smaller reserves. But when we collaborate, we can bypass certain shortcomings. We have meta-population initiatives where we can share genetics between reserves, and we can also reintroduce animals. So even though those future corridors are so positive, there's a long way to go before we get there. And to get there, we need to make sure we can manage the genetics, the populations, and more importantly, the communities in between to get to those outcomes. So importantly there is that, particularly in the last 5 to 10 years, Indaba has recognized the need for social ecological upliftment. There are NPOs and NGOs attached to each of our reserves. Just to kind of punt us a little bit, in the last year, Indaba has put 25 million rand into social projects in the region. Those focus on education, health, early childhood development, and various other community strategies. But there certainly has been a recognition that we cannot exist without the communities around us. And we know that that's a fact. And we are putting a lot more resources into making sure that when we thrive, a community thrives. My day-to-day as the Pumba Foundation manager is also making sure that we have a skilled, uplifted community that can benefit us. I'm not sure who spoke about yesterday. The first front against poaching is making sure that the community understands that that resource is as valuable to us as it is to them. And having a strong private sector leads to a strong community sector. The development of specific community funds has also gone a long way. You'll see that many of the reserves have community levies. Now, that is not just a way of us charging our tourists more, it's a way of ring-fencing dedicated funding, particularly for community projects. It's a way of making ourselves accountable to make sure that that funding is going into dedicated community upliftment. Those NPOs generally, we did a survey last year, those NPOs impact 21,000 people in the region across 162 projects, stretching from just west of Addo all the way to Hamburg on the coast and up to Pedi as well. So the footprint of the 100,000 hectares of Indaba is nowhere near the footprint of the social ecological impact that we can have. The Indaba reserves obviously cover about 100,000 hectares. We employ just under 1,600 people across the region, and we bring in 2.2 billion rand every 5 years. That's a huge impact in a province that only gets 4% of national tourism. Eastern Cape gets 4% of national tourism. If we can increase that even by 1% through destination marketing, a better social ecological connection, and a better recognition of what the various stakeholders are doing, we think we can bring the Eastern Cape forward very, very quickly. And a national buy-in through SANParks and Vision 2040 is obviously a massive step in the right direction. It's clear that the future is very collaborative and cooperative. We've dedicated ourselves to attending the BEN meetings. We've been to every single one. We are collaborating with the Mala community to hopefully place many of the young people into our learnership. We want to make sure that the door is open for SMME development. We're already in discussion with various SMMEs as the value chain. We want to support local. We want to be part of the community, and our door is always open. My email is always... I made the mistake of putting my email on my SMME presentation a couple of weeks ago, and before I left the room, I think I had about 150 emails. But we are here to collaborate. We are here to be a part of the conversation. So we want to make sure that when someone says private's not doing their job, we can stand up and say, tell us how to help. Thank you.
Prior to the session, Makosi Amanda Kabashe insisted that we cancel that go-go. And we call her Makosi Amanda Kabashe. Now we'll have an opportunity to hear from her, and we do apologize. The CEO wasn't in the briefing.
Makhosi. Thokozani bogogo. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, fanele ngiqale ngixolise ngoba ngizokhuluma isilungu. Ngoba siseyindaweni ezase South Africa la singakhulumi khona kahle kahle eindaweni enje ilimi zethu ngoba yonke into isengesingisi. Kulungile kodwa ngoba bavuma okhokho ukuthi ngiyesikoleni ukuze ngikwazi ukuthi ngibamele la bengakwazanga ukuzimela khona. So I'm going to explain the Makhosi and Gogo before I get to why I'm here. And the reason I explain it is because we don't get many opportunities for, I hate Heritage Week, can I declare, or month, or whatever you call it, because we've reduced our Africanness to a caricature of traditional dress. So it's my own constant struggle, is that my culture is not an outfit. But be that as it may, as healers, we are of different type. We're not a homogeneous thing, which unfortunately even our government perpetuates by calling us what they call us, yet we are different. Umuthi thokoza gogo, ukhuluma no gogo, ukhona ugogo, thokoza gogo. Yes, umuthi makhosi, ukhuluma ngomakhosi, besithi makhosi. Uthi ndawo, ukhuluma namandawo. So there are differences, and I think it's time that we start acknowledging those differences. Why it's important is because even when we talk about this thing about inclusivity, it's inclusivity according to whose definition of what is inclusive, because what was excluded. So your inclusivity definition will be influenced by what you think was excluded. And what was excluded, do we even agree as to what was excluded that needs to be included? This morning, as I was on the bus coming here, I came across a quote by Stephen Covey, which I thought speaks to today. It says, "We judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their actions." And it's profound because I'm sitting here as a critique in some ways, and I would like to think as a conscience prick that says, well done, SANParks, for including us in the consultation about Vision 2040. I said this at the launch, that this is one of the first state-led interventions that from the bottom up, from its inception, asked about the marginalized voice. That's not usually done, and it's something that I think you should always hold proud and put up there. But as much as I'm proud of you, I'm also going to come and speak the other truths, is that as SANParks, you must not forget that your institution was built based on the military conservation model. So your insides, the way you stand, the way you think, your posture, still is there. And so the question to be asked of SANParks and everybody in SANParks and the department is that if we are truly embracing a vision that talks about inclusivity, what about ourselves? What about our posture needs to shift? What needs to be broken? Because it can't be that the same institution from 19... How old are you?
How old is SANParks?
Yes, SANParks.
1926.
1926
Sure.
is still
Years next year.
fit for purpose for a 2040 vision. We healers understand change. Mengena ngiyothwasa, and the person I come out as are not the same people. So you figurative for us are going through that same process. Is that what does this mean about the metamorphosis that must happen inside of us. And this is inside of you who has to deal with PFMA, by the way. Just had to throw that in. What must happen to you to be able to now move into this space of inclusive, mega living landscapes? My stick comes in again. In your language, what is mega living landscapes in Xhosa? What is it in Sotho? What is it in Zulu? Who are these people that are supposed to be adopting and becoming part and parcel of this change? If we also don't even think about that, that is inclusivity. Inclusivity for me is that when you put up your maps that map out the areas, you don't just focus on land. That land is not barren. That land has things in it, and I'm calling it things because for us, even those animals are not a thing, because for us, they have spiritual significance. So there's no way I would reduce an elephant, a rhino, just to a thing. But if we don't start questioning ourselves when we use the words, that our words say one thing, but what does it reflect? Do our reflections, the pictures we put up, match what's coming out of our mouths? Because if that disconnect continues, then the engagements with community will end there as community engagement. Yet the communities, just like researchers, just like conservationists, are part and parcel of that ecosystem. So what I'm saying is you need to think of an ecosystem approach. Then you're not othering communities. Then it's not them and us. We become a collective in this thing of building some kind of inclusivity, whatever you mean by inclusivity. Today, I'm staying by Niten Makosi, by the other hotel. There are categories of hotels. I'm in the other one. And then I thought, the person who booked this room for me, they didn't think that I'm bringing a healer, Shame, who lives in Joburg, to the sea. If I want to see the sea, I have to stick myself out. That is inclusivity. What are you bringing into this room? Because unfortunately, and this may sound harsh, I don't apologize because we need to tell the truth, but I say it with love. Wherever they say community engagement or including community, it has been at the level of stomach politics, where if we've been given a meal, taken to a nice place, that's it. Who's capacitating us to be able to deal with these issues?
In front. No, in front.
Because it can't be that the KPI, whether it's SANParks or DFFE, is about how many healers did you take, tick. What is the impact of that taking those healers to Gqeberha? And so, for me, one of the things I want to push back onto SANParks is you need to develop an inclusivity matrix, and an impactful one against which you will measure your impact. And impact is not money spent. We are South Africans in the majority in the room. We know how much money South African government spends. If you measure the impact, doesn't add up. Doesn't add up because we all run away from impact KPIs because they force you to look at what exactly are you doing. For me, it's not enough that we say we are doing SMME development and then we don't have a plan that says what is the transition from the number of private sector enterprises we had before to what have we created. Because funding on a project-by-project basis does not develop any community. It, in fact, entrenches dependency. And those are the hard questions we must ask ourselves. So this is not just a property a development endeavor. It's a human change endeavor that in fact needs to get into your politics. As I get to my end, I'm a bit saddened that our politicians come, first they make us wait for them, then we listen to them, and then they leave. But be that as it may, I'll still say what I need to say. You know, yesterday, I cringed kuhlasumule umzimba, listening to the Premier speak about critical minerals and conservation in the same sentence. It made my skin crawl. Mina ngiphume KZN, they allowed mining just outside Hluhluwe. Explosive just outside Hluhluwe. What do you think that did to those rhinos who left their location? And so if you're not doing that, that's what I'm saying, this is a change that's systemic. Because for as long as we conflate economic development with mining, mining is fast and dirty. Very fast, very dirty. Whereas this one this inclusivity we're talking about is a slow process. And if we're going to keep allowing politicians to put them against each other as if they are equivalent, they are not. It speaks to what is your mindset about leli lizwe lethu, on what choices you make. They didn't give me a time limit, but I think I must stop. But in all of that, SANParks, you've started something. Be careful of inertia. Be careful of those who are resistant to change, both outside and even more dangerous inside. Because this 2040 vision without you dies. But Tina, outside, we've been sold a dream. We bought into this dream, Tina, who were consulted, so that when you all are left in your spaces and your offices, and unfortunately, I'm sure there are some of you who don't even know your game parks, even though it's your job to be on the ground. But you must remember that you brought people in, you sold us a vision, you included us in its co-creation. So that when you break it apart and you throw it out, you are not throwing out your work. You're throwing out our co-creation. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Gogo. I heard Marcos.
No, you're not swearing me. I'll answer to any.
Marcos. I heard Makosi saying something that I think is already embedded in the strategy, that indigenous communities, those that have been excluded, must be brought in, not as beneficiaries, but as co-architects of conservation.
Yes.
And we must congratulate SANParks for having had that foresight. Now, I would invite onto the stage Ms. Palisa Nsala. She will tell you herself.
Molweni, Mama, thank you for opening the way for me. What you're saying is very much aligned to what is very close to my heart. So today I am going to invite everyone, if you can, where you're seated, to please close your eyes as I speak and reimagine the future with me, if you can. My name is Balisantala, and my mission and my purpose is to reconnect us to nature. We've become very distant and very isolated from nature in the way that we extract from nature to make profit. But now I want us to reconnect to nature and realize our connection to nature, because our survival and our healing is very much integrated with the survival and the healing of the nature and of the environment. My name is Pale Santala, and I'm an inclusive sustainability advocate. I advocate for inclusivity, not just on paper, but in action. As young people, we're told to go study this, be a teacher, be a doctor, be a this, you'll get a job. You go and do it. When you finish it, you don't get the job. We all know the high unemployment rate in South Africa. And I don't need to repeat the statistics to everyone because we are aware of it. We are aware of the problem. We are aware of what is happening to our youth each and every day. But on a different perspective, we have a youth that are innovative. We have a youth that are dreaming a different dream. And it requires us, like Umama has mentioned, to disrupt the soil. You know, before you plant something, for it to grow and become beautiful, you need to make sure that the soil is disrupted. We cannot build the future from a shaky foundation. So what do we need to do? We need to acknowledge and grieve the past. Because like Umama has mentioned, SANParks was created on someone else's imagination. And right now, we are reimagining a different future where we are co-creating with the communities, with young people, not just for us to fill in the seat so that there's more young people and we can tick a box and say we engaged 50 young people. But we want to be leaders, to lead the implementation of these programs. What I would like us to do today is to think about next year. What is each and every one of us going to do to ensure that this Vision 2040 is fulfilled? Because it's not just about 2040 and beyond, but it's about the now. Because we are creating the future right now, seated in this room. This is us creating the future. And we need to be very, very truthful to ourselves and look at ourselves. What do we believe? What are our biases? What do we think about the future or the current present that is right now? So what I would like to implore the youth, there's a lot that's happening out in the world that we are faced with each and every day. But what I would like us to say is let's not forget to dream. Dreaming is very important. It's what keeps us alive. Because the fact that you have that idea, you have that dream, it means you're capable of implementing it and seeing it through. Now, envisioning 2040, we're not only envisioning it in the conservation space, including young people in conservation space, but how do we include film within the conservation? How do we include storytelling, journalism, so that we not only attract the tourists who come to South Africa, but we also change the narrative of our people. We change the narrative of South Africans and of South Africa. So my implore to you, everyone, is that let's be inclusive in the way that we communicate, in the language that we use, and integrate indigenous knowledge, because we are the custodians of the environment and of nature. And what I would like to also include is that there's this big concept that has about 100 definitions, that is sustainability. It seems like a big thing that, we need to be sustainable. But let's look at it this way. We've always been sustainable. We are sustainability. The way that we live our lives is sustainable. So let's remember that and remember ourselves and reconnect with ourselves. If you can look at our family totems, Kemukwena. My family totem is a crocodile. I have a spiritual connection to the crocodile, and that is our way of keeping our land sustainable. We understand the spiritual connections that we have to the land, to the environment, to the animals. So it's very imperative and very important for us in the research that we do, in businesses that we do, that we ensure that we empower our own communities. And I think it's yesterday when I was walking through the stalls and I was watching the young people creating beautiful things from natural plants, it really touched my heart because it's an indication that as young people we understand our superpower, and that is the connection that we have to the earth. We are using the wisdom that our parents had to change the narrative about ourselves, to create different products and sell them, not just to the local market, but to the global market. Now, how do we do that? By collaborating with each other. I think that's very important. There's a lot of things that we as young people, we can do. I know that it's hard, but we can do this. And I'd like to implore SANParks for including young people in these talks, because it's not only about, like I said, including them and sitting in these rooms, but it's about changing the mindset and allowing young people to be innovative, because we're very innovative. We can look at the innovation yesterday, the products that young people are coming with. They are extremely innovative. Now let's make sure that this Vision 2040 not only sees young people as employees, but also as innovators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Thompson, you are invited to the stage and you will introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Hope you're all well. I apparently had a very good party last night, so I'm glad you enjoyed it. My name is Robert Thompson. I'm representing Molololo and Nukukama Hospitality School in Addo. As the CEO said, it is a remarkable model. But I'll talk you through the model a little bit just so that you can understand what we're trying to achieve in Addo. We believe at Nukukama and Molololo that the local communities that surround us and in South Africa are the fertile ground for tourism in South Africa in terms of the people. We exist to train the underprivileged youth. And an example of that is the barrier to entry for this training school and the hospitality school at Nukukama is a mere 2,000 Rand. That's all we ask from the youth to join us. The one thing that we do very well is by the time that the youth leave, we are almost giving them the 2,000 Rand back through something that we call kamas. So that's a reward system that we have at the school. So when the students do well, when they're performing well, we reward them to instill discipline, and when they're not doing as well as they should do in terms of hygiene and maintaining the standards, we punish them to a degree in terms of taking some kamas. But by the time that they leave the school, they will get their 2,000 Rand back. So in essence, they're getting developed for a period of 6 months, ready to work, and that's one of the main factors for Nukukama, is that our students are ready to work. So far, since 2022, we've developed 60 youth from underprivileged backgrounds, and of that, 54 are gainfully employed in the industry at a variety of hotels in South Africa. Some of the top premier hotels in South Africa have just employed 4 of our students in Cape Town. We have 2 students that are currently in cohort B that will be going on to their internships at Molololo. And the interesting story about these 2, Abu and TK, is that they were gainfully employed at Molololo in the restaurant. They saw the development taking place at Nukukama, and they said to Lolo, please can we join this training school? So they left gainful employment as waiters and bartenders to join the school. And they are now going to be graduating at the end of this month. Actually on Saturday they depart for their internships, but their internships, because they're from Addo, will be at the school itself, where there will be supervisory roles in both the front of house at the bar and in the restaurant. One of the reflections that we had, and one of the questions that was posed to us is what lessons can we learn from partnerships with, for instance, with SANParks? Something that we would like to develop is a much stronger relationship. I believe that we can send 120 SANParks ambassadors away from Nukakama in a year to be able to become ambassadors for SANParks and the Addo Elephant National Park itself. We have all of these students coming from a variety of places. We have students from Cape Town, we have students from Johannesburg, we have students from Durban, we have students from Addo and the Eastern Cape as well. And by sending them through the experience of the Addo Elephant National Park, you have 120 ambassadors every single year. So I believe that we really need to grow that relationship, grow that understanding that we can develop one another and we can send ambassadors anywhere around the country. Another reflection that we have is what are the capacity building initiatives? We do professional cookery based on CATH-CETA standards. We do accommodation services, we do reception services, and we do food and beverage services. But the one stumbling block that we have at the moment is the recognition for NQF levels. So I'm hoping to speak to Mr. Mark Stibela, if he's here today. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes with you, please, just to understand the CATH-CETA requirements, to be able to graduate our students, give them certification that they can go and be global ambassadors for South Africa as well, because the training that we're imparting is absolutely incredible. Right now, as I'm standing here, we have a chef Fabien from Paris in France. He's training our students over the last few days. Yesterday, he trained them on how to make macaroons. The day before, choux pastry buns. And we have this consistent stream of professionals coming through the school to train and develop the students at Nukakama and Molololo. On the 18th and 19th of this month, we have Moet Chandon, part of the LV group, coming through to the school to show how to pour the perfect champagne and how to make cocktails with products that we find in South Africa that we can definitely train our students on. The one thing that I just need to make very clear to everybody present is that our students are absolutely fantastic. They arrive, and in a period of 6 months, they are transformed. They're transformed into professionals. They're transformed into ready to work, where they can go into industry, and we've now been approached by a number of top hospitality businesses around South Africa to say, please, can you place our students as part of the interns? And we're excited to partner with a company like Rovos Rail has approached us. So we're going to be placing students at Rovos Rail in the near future. Capital Hotels in Gauteng have approached us to place students with them as well. We have students at the Mount Nelson. We have students at the Cape Grace. So our students are recognized as being work ready and able to fit into any organization straight off after 6 months, which is remarkable. We see Nukakama and Molololo as a catalyst to the futures of these students. We teach them resilience, we teach them passion, and we teach them enthusiasm to make a difference in the industry that they've chosen as their career. Thank you.
Ndiyabona uba iinkosi zangaphaya apho ndivela khona zigqiba kungena. Ndiyazibona neenkosi ezivela entla eLimpopo uba nabo zilapha. I'd like to say welcome. We really appreciate your presence here. So very quickly, what we're going to do now, I would like to posit a few questions and very, very short, precise answers to them, because this is an opportunity that SANParks has given us in order to be able to impact this process of the creation of this vision. I'll start with you, Mr. Howarth. How do we move beyond conservation as protection to conversation? No. How do we move beyond conservation as protection to conservation as a platform for regional economic growth and destination competitiveness? Specifically with you, What governance models best ensure that community beneficiation is not peripheral to central, but central to conservation?
So first question, I think to a degree, several of the reserves are already, and especially private owners are recognizing that it's already got to go beyond just conservation. But in my mind, it needs to be formalized. Enabling legislation that is very clear in the goal of Vision 2040 is going to be important. The Protected Area Act is 20 years old, 21 years old. The country and ecology and social ecological systems has changed a lot in 20 years. Mm-hmm. And at the moment, the Protected Area Act makes social upliftment as part of the Protected Area Declaration process not mandatory.
Absolutely.
It needs to be mandated that the social upliftment of the surrounding area is concurrently run with the ecological upliftment and the ecological protection. So a formal structure or a formal framework would be great from that perspective. When it comes to governance structures, it's an excellent question because I don't think there's any structure that you can just cut and paste onto any different community. We know that across the provinces and even within the provinces, governance structures are going to be very different and difficult. I have just recently started a PhD through the Center of Sustainability Transitions at Stellenbosch, and my topic is navigating trade-offs in setting up governance structures. So it'd be great if someone could help me with an answer to the question. But the way that we need to look at it is through adaptive co-management. It's not one group making decisions. It's every single stakeholder sitting in a room, something like the biodiversity economy nodes that are being set up. The forums are absolutely phenomenal. I've met people that have been in the landscape for generations that we didn't even know they were around the corner from us. So governance structures that are inclusive, transparent, and share power dynamics in decision-making are increasingly, evidently important in making sure that things are going forward together.
Thank you. Makosi, here's your question. At a strategic level, how do we embed indigenous knowledge into conservation narratives so that it strengthens our destination identity globally? How should success in inclusive conservation be measured when cultural and spiritual heritage is at stake?
Thank you. I think context is important. And one of the important things is that for each of these mega living landscapes, the context of the area needs to always be understood. Those who looked at me looking at my phone, I wasn't checking messages. I just wanted to do a quick Google search. Is that what pops up when I say Kruger National Park? It talks about the geography. And that for me is the big gap, is that we have been so focused on the geography and even excluding the land issues around it, and I'm leaving that out, is that what is the cultural and context of where the Kruger is? Who are those people? What were their beliefs? What do they value? It doesn't show up in anything when you Google and look up for it. And so that for me fits into even this whole thing about how embracing we are of our own uniqueness and differences as South Africa. So if we need to get to that level where the context of the place is front and center, and context is not just the land, but it's everything about that location. But secondly, I'm going to go back to this thing about the inclusivity matrices that SANParks embeds in all of its activities and actions, right? Because if we are not making a conscious effort to actively monitor and count what we do, the impact of it, and also changing the approach, which is one that says communities are not an and, they are part of the ecosystem. And so when you look at your ecosystem, when you look at your value chain in this sector, they are not an additional extra, but they're an integral part of that whole understanding of what happens in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. And for Ms. Nsala, your question is, what strategic investments are needed today to position youth as innovators and leaders in the tourism conservation economy in 2040. How do we ensure that conservation speaks to youth aspirations in ways that retain talent in the sector?
Thank you. I think I'm going to start by saying that we are not talking about youth as innovators as something that is far-fetched. Youth are innovating now. I mean, an example is yesterday, seeing youth, what they are innovating within their small spaces. So that's where we start. It's by investing in the youth that is already innovating within their small spaces, investing in the small businesses, youth businesses, not just to keep them as small scale, but so that they can be able to scale and compete at a global market. I think the investment there is to invest in entrepreneurship development. How do we develop these small-scale businesses so that they are able to compete at a global market? How do we then ensure the collaboration and the value chain of these small businesses so that they are able to export their goods into the global world? And another thing that I would like to add is that for the youth that are still in university, I think it's quite imperative that we invest not only in the green skills, in skilling these youth, but ensuring that they are able to use the knowledge that they have, the knowledge that they're learning from university, and using that knowledge to empower our own communities. Because in university, what we usually focus on is the theory. We're focusing on the theory, and we go to work, you don't even know what to do with the theory. So why don't we take the youth and ensure that they see the real world? They go out there and they see the landscape, what is happening in the real world, so they can use the skills that they have learned as scholars for change to impact their own communities, but not to end there, but to also ensure that we integrate, or as an apprenticeship, they go in these organizations like Molololo, like any other organization, and they use their skills not just in conservation, but in film, in storytelling, in journalism, because we are a diverse human beings, and conservation is not only about conserving and protecting nature, but it's about telling our stories and our connection to nature. And I think that is quite imperative. And your second question was along the lines of, can you please remind me?
How do we ensure that conservation speaks to youth aspirations in ways that retain talent in the sector?
Thank you. I think the way, as the youth, as I mentioned, we see our connection to nature. So the way that you're going to speak to us is you speak to how are we going to work with nature. So we no longer want to extract from nature, but we want to co-create and work in the symbiotic relationship, because we are nature and we need to conserve that. So we need to speak to create these changes that speaks to the youth. Like in technology, how can we integrate technology, not to look for something outside the country, but look for something within the country? What are young people innovating? What are young people already creating? Because we're always creating something. We're just creating in our little corners, but no one knows about us. So how do we bring that knowledge and that innovation in the forefront so that everyone can see what we're made of?
And the last question, I think, has already been answered. But perhaps you can just paraphrase it. What strategic partnerships between tourism businesses, conservation authorities, and communities will position our landscape as globally competitive destination? Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. I think, again, it goes back to what we're trying to achieve at Nukakama in terms of capacity building and training. The work-ready nature of our students is what is a remarkable thing, and I can't stress it enough, I can't say it enough. As Belisa said, you go to class, you go to university, you get a lot of theory training. when you come out into the industry, you're not skilled in terms of the delivery in a kitchen, in a front of house, whatever the case may be. And that's what we do differently. The capacity building and training and showcasing these success stories is going to separate us and put us in a globally competitive advantage, whereby we can show that people are skilled. Tourism is an industry that has got so much potential in our country, and it's only going to grow from strength to strength. And by us developing our people, us developing our youth, to make them want to get into tourism and hospitality, because hospitality is not an easy industry. I've spent 30 years in it. You see the gray hair? That's from hospitality. So I think it's about showcasing those success stories as well.
Thank you. PT Etebe is not here today, but I'd like to posit this question to the marketeers in the room and say, it was posed as if we succeed. I'd like to change it and say, when we succeed, what should South Africa's global conservation and tourism brand stand for by 2040? Any takers? Quick. We've got one. Oh. Any takers? Well, on that note, I would like to close this session and say thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. You can step aside.
Firstly, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you again after last night. It was a good night, wasn't it? Yeah, come on, give it a round of applause. I agree. I believe things got a little bit late, and I'm glad I left when I did. That's all I have to say about that. But it was a beautiful evening, it really was, and I was so happy to be here and be a part of it. So thank you so much again for those of you that did come and enjoyed it and relaxed and got to talk, because I know that's what most of you were just wanting to do, was enjoy the evening. So thank you again for, being so accommodating. It was absolutely lovely, and especially listening to Tebe Kalefeng, who is just an absolute gem and a wealth of knowledge and storytelling. And of course, Jerry Mabena, who is always here to talk to us about very important aspects and particularly framing the conversation for businesses' involvement. So it really was lovely, and that's what we're going to take forward in a short while. So a quick recap of what happened last night, which was really, really lovely, I must say. And the music, the entertainment, the food, the vibe. So all in all, a fantastic evening. All right. Oh, and then I went back to my room and I watched tennis. I don't know if any of you are tennis fans. To be honest with you, whether I have a sea view or not, it doesn't matter. Because all I'm looking at is the tennis. And I couldn't believe what happened last night, but it was fantastic. So thank you to this panel. There are sometimes conversations that need to be had, and we need to listen. And this is always, and was always, as we heard yesterday, going to be an uncomfortable situation, that it isn't going to be easy, and that we do need to listen to a lot of voices and a lot of perspectives and a lot of angles. And that's what we're doing. And that's what this was about. And I really did appreciate some of the comments that came through and some of the workings. And I think what was so important for me was hearing something saying, if it fails on your side, as in SANParks, remember that it's not just your failure. We have given you our commitment, and if it fails from your side, it fails for all of us. So that's a big burden to bear, but I have a feeling that those involved are going to make sure this doesn't fail, and this is something that we need. We did a very interesting broadcast this morning where, for me, it was important to get an understanding what this was all about, because all I'm hearing is mega this and Vision 2040 and this and that and the next, but I wanted to dumb down a bit and just to understand what it means for all of us and what it'll look like. Because when we look into the future, you know, it kind of gets blurry because it's hard to see past a certain time. And it was nice to understand the workings of all of this. The fact that, again, there will be the idea of no fences. It'll be an idea that it is inclusive. But for me, what's important is that whether it be industry, whether it be communities, there will be businesses that will be operating for the benefit, for one benefit, and that's the benefit of the land. And to let the land work for everyone, not just for one party. Because that's where we fail as a country and a society, is that there is a certain group that gets rich and the rest live in poverty. And that's not right, because it always confuses me. We live in the most beautiful, mineral-rich, scenery-rich, environmental-rich, every rich perspective of a country that's a natural resource, and yet the majority of the country live in absolute squalor and poverty. Nothing weighs up here. So something has to tip, something has to change, feelings have to be felt, uncomfortable things have to be said, and that's what we're doing here. It's important. So these voices must be elevated, and then we must reach a compromise, a moment where we say, okay, this is how it's going to work, and we know that we are here to hand over the baton to the future. But at the moment, I don't think we can be proud of what we're handing over to our children right now. I really don't. So I think that this is a moment in history where we can say, okay, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're going to make things better. Better. That's the important word here. It really, really is. So those are just a couple of thoughts that sort of came through my mind as I was listening to this very important panel in a wonderful way to kickstart today, which I believe is going to be robust talk and a lot of breakaway sessions and a lot of conversations that many of you will be involved in. So good luck to all of you, and we look forward to hearing the feedback sessions as well once that completes. So I know that our panelists at the back there are all getting mic'd up and ready for this next panel. This session is going to be a real Q&A kind of session where everybody is going to be involved in this conversation. So I'm really looking forward to it. And as I sort of begin, I can see that most people have been mic'd up, and I think still a few, but at the same time, I want to just introduce to you who's going to be on this panel. So this is going to be facilitated by Mr. Sipho Silinda, who is the CEO of F&B Public Banking Sector. So as you can see, this is very much so aimed at the business side of things. And this session is to showcase achievements in fostering collaborations and sharing opportunities for funding that can be harnessed in support of Vision 2040. Because one of the questions that I did ask, and certainly it was an important one that I asked the board chair, how is this all going to be funded? Because it's great to have a dream and a vision, but how will it be funded? And I'm hoping that this will bring a lot more clarity to that conversation. So on the panel that I said to you is going to be led by Sipho. It's from SATSA, we've got Ms. Rachel Ntele, who is the deputy chairperson, and we'll be talking on leveraging on partnerships in tourism with the support of SATSA. So Ms. Rachel will be coming up. Then from Sanlam, we've got Tandeka Nkambule, who is the Chief Transformation Officer. And I suppose the angle there is how upliftment of SMEs and around, in and around national parks can contribute to securing ecologically sustainable development. Then the next panelist is from SANParks Honorary Rangers, Mr. John van Dyk, who is the operations manager there. Important voice to add to this conversation, talking to the contribution of volunteerism in achieving SANParks' mandate and Vision 24 imperatives. And that's so important because within the communities, to get community rangers involved, and which park was it that the minister was telling me? I forget now, where there's no poaching anymore. It's a thing of the past because the community are so involved and they're so passionate about it. In KZN, help me, someone. Isimangaliso, thank you. That was the one. So it's that involvement, and you see automatically, boom, we're involved, we are benefiting, none of this will happen anymore. So this is a good voice to add to it. So that's John van Dyk, looking forward to that. And then from Cat Seater, Mr. Marks Tibela, who is the CEO of CatSita, driving inclusivity and enhancing conservation efforts through skills development in the wildlife, cultural heritage, and tourism sector. All right, so there you have it. Those are your panelists. That's what's going to be discussed. I'm going to ask them if they can come up, make their way onto stage. You see how I get paid to buy time? Can you see? How good am I at buying time? I love it. You see. There we go. Here's your panelist. We've got one or two more that's going to be... look, I'm even getting a hand of applause there from the back. I think we've got one more person that's being mic'd up, and then we're going to lead them onto stage here. But I know you've got a couple of things you need to say as well as we head into this panel. Sipho, I'm going to leave it in your capable hands. Thank you. Pleasure.
Is it on? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. While I'm waiting for my colleagues to join me, my name is Sipho Silinda, and I have to say that today my job is not to how can I help you. My job is to facilitate this very important session, which is funders' perspective. And before I do that, thank you so much for making my job easier, because you have introduced everybody, and they'll just reintroduce themselves as they talk, but I'm not going to introduce them. But before we go to what we need to do, can we just acknowledge and agree that green spaces are living landscape where people, communities, and economics are deeply connected and deeply invested? And if we say so and we agree to that, then we must also acknowledge that this ecosystem, for it to flourish, it needs something. It needs something. And that is why I've got my panelists here, because they are going to tell us what is that something that it needs, so that we make sure that we help in such a way that we can lift some of these things that we're all faced with in this country. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to explore the funder's perspective, how partnerships, financing model, and volunteering can help us realize this bold ambition led by our group CEO of SANParks, which is Vision 2040. And I have to just stop a little bit on this volunteering. Often than not, as South Africans, we think volunteering is a little bit of something there when you are bored. I can assure you it's not. It's something that changed the course. It's something that actually helped a lot of people in the most dying need, and we have to acknowledge that. And ladies and gentlemen, when we do that seamlessly and at scale, we can then tackle unemployment, reduce inequality, stimulate what I normally refer to as community economies. Some of us would refer that as rural economies. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if we're on the same page on that front, allow me to say this session, as we're going to embark on it, will showcase the panelists, what we have achieved, but not only that, I would also invite you to tell us the whole menu, what you have, because that menu will open other opportunities so that we can achieve this inclusive growth and shared prosperity. So don't leave anything. Don't tell us, I've achieved this. Also tell us, there's this thing. Because I believe that we invited everybody here to share so that when you leave this particular area and this particular Indaba, you've got something to look forward to. And I have made some changes on what I needed to say based on what I've been listening to my colleagues that were running the first panel. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, I'm just going to call their names. I've got Rachel, I've got Tandeka, I've got John, I've got Max. Those are our 4 panelists. And the way we're going to run this, ladies and gentlemen, it's a dialogue. I'm not going to invite you to stand, and because apparently you guys had a lot of party yesterday, so I don't want to, and group CFO, I still have to get my share of that. So as you tell us about your company, what you are doing, please just briefly also share us with those unique, and then I'll come back with the questions, and then we can run the session.
Okay.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Rachel. And Rachel is from SACSA. And she's going to share with us how partnerships in tourism can leverage funding opportunities. But look back and look forward.
Yes.
And then we'll go to the question. Rachel.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and it is a pleasure to be with all of you today. My name is Rachel Ncele. I am the Vice Chair of SATSA, which is the South African Tourism Services Association. We refer to ourselves as the voice of inbound tourism. We represent many of the lodges within SANParks, the transport owners, service providers, and tour operators. So from a collaboration perspective, we are perfectly positioned to work with SANParks towards Vision 2040. I think just a disclaimer, I'm also a former member of the dissolved board of South African Tourism. So when we talk about tourism and the power that it carries in terms of social cohesion, sustainability, taking context into consideration, as Makosi had said, I think we are very grateful to have the opportunity to be before you. So Sipho made it very clear before I came up here that he's not here to offer any money. That apparently is usually the misconception when you sit with a funder, that he's going to dig into his pockets. But when we talk about partnerships, SATSA has always understood that partnerships are at the heart of conservation, and they're at the heart of tourism and at the heart of social cohesion. So when we want to talk about sustainability and how we work together and how we develop those success stories, we believe that our role is to build bridges. So having worked in the let's say, Kruger National Park region, we still look at those fences as the difference between the islands of wealth and the seas of poverty that could consume them. And what we hope to be able to enable with the work that we've done by bringing youth in, which we already do in SATSA, as one of the previous panelists mentioned, is to use things like the business tourism incubator that we've developed to actually help create more businesses and support them and help make them scalable. We launched the business incubator in 2022, and over a period of 2 years, we had supported and helped structure 120 businesses. Just to give you some real numbers around some of those businesses, 3 of them, and this was done at partnerships with the likes of the City Lodges and Europcar. 3 of those businesses went on to service, I think, almost 56 of the City Lodge hotels with turnovers of over 750,000 Rand a month. So what we're actually doing, it's not just about money, it's about skills, and it's about the confidence that they need to become competitive as well. I'll leave it there for now.
I love that. I love the numbers, I must say. And I hope they all bank with FNB. I didn't say that. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that skill component, it's quite important for us to appreciate. Because it's one thing to, fund a person, but it's another thing for that person to flourish. Mm-hmm. So it's quite important that we anchor on that part. Thandeka, if I can come to you, and if you can just maybe share with us how supporting SMEs around the national parks contribute to sustainability.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Thandeka. I serve as the Chief Transformation Officer at Sanlam, and I lead the charge and the agenda for socio-economic transformation. For us, as the largest non-banking financial services provider on the continent, we understand the huge responsibility that we have in not only safeguarding the financial well-being, but also to build inclusive growth in the communities that we serve. In particular, we support SMEs because we understand that they are the backbone of our of our economy. And in particular with the SANParks, we support those SMEs that live within and around the various parks. So together with SANParks, we've established a fund that facilitates for us to provide funding, business development, and bridging loans to SMEs that are procuring services within SANParks. And so for us, this is really critical because we understand that together with SANParks, we bring our financial empowerment and they bring their skills on conservation, and together we enable SMEs to thrive.
It's beautiful. So you work with SANParks, you partner with SANParks, but more than that,
Correct.
you make sure that those people flourish and they do serve SANParks and they deliver on the commitment.
Correct.
And there's no shortage of working capital.
So to date, we have dispersed over 25 million rand in funding to about 116 SMEs. And because the loans that we provide are 0% interest, they've actually been able to reinvest about 40 million back into their businesses. And through that, it also speaks to the employment that has been created within those communities that we serve. So we're not just speaking words, there's action, and we are demonstrating that the vision is not something that is far-fetched.
Yes.
It is something that is already starting to happen, and we just need more of corporate citizens to take the call and participate.
Beautiful. John, I don't have to explain what you do. I think colleagues here can see what you do based on your dress code. John, tell us the insight into power of volunteering to make sure that we can mobilize the resources around the parks.
Okay,
And
just
John,
to
I
correct,
do invite you, if you want to share something on screen, you're welcome.
I will just now. Thanks very much. I've lined up Bongani, not just yet Bongani. We've got a surprise a little bit later. But Leanne, just to maybe correct a perception, we're not on the ground and protecting rhinos. We'd love to be, but not at this stage. Really would love to be, but okay. So we were asked to be here. I was particularly asked to be here to discuss the contribution of volunteerism. Now, anything with an ism is an ideology, and our chair, Paul Colditz, sitting at the table there, prefers to use the spirit of freely volunteering as opposed to volunteerism. So if we can just change that, I mean, we can continue using volunteerism with pleasure because that is what we do, the volunteering. So what is SANParks' mandate? SANParks' mandate is to conserve and manage. Now, there's a hell of a lot of other stuff that goes into it, and you can read that in in annual reports and stuff. But also, from our point of view, particularly on the operational side that I'm particularly involved in, is effective and efficient execution and operations. Okay? The maintenance of infrastructure. Those form very important aspects of what we cover. So who are SANParks honorary rangers? There are 2,700 members currently across the country. We serve, and there are also another 500 awaiting membership. Another 500 awaiting membership. So there's a big drive to increase our membership. There used to be, I'm told way before my time, a limitation on the number of honorary rangers at 500 to look after the parks. And it was more of a policing function than anything else. That has changed. We have no more involvement in policing. We don't drive around with, I believe, red flags on the cars that they used to. Those days are gone. So there are 2,700 currently. We are representing 31 regions. We look after all the parks in the country, but most specifically in 22 of the parks. 66% of what we do is dedicated to Kruger Park, purely because of the number of requests that we have from the park to assist. We've been going for 60 years. We've just had our 60th anniversary. SANParks and Kruger Park celebrate their 100th next year. We're trying our damnedest to do as much as we can to facilitate that celebration as well. We've got about 120 engineers as part of our group. We've got 140 teachers. We've got IT specialists. And we've got way too many lawyers as part of our membership. And we have 4 paid staff members. 4 paid staff members looking after this. You'll realize the context of that when I give you some numbers just now. We're in the process of appointing a new CEO. So I think we have until the 15th for applications. Applications close on the 15th. So we're looking for someone for the next 4 to 5 years. So if there's anybody interested, please give us a shout, submit your applications. We're essentially a conservation-centric NPO, right? So that was our reason for being and the reason for our establishment. And that is why most of our members join for the conservation. And that becomes important a little bit later in our discussion too. Because most of our members, well, all of our members, have joined because they want to be part of that conservation effort. We're very, very privileged to wear this brand, the SANParks brand, and to be called colleagues when we're seeing and we're addressed by our SANParks colleagues. We don't take that lightly. We're very proud of the brand. We've entered into a formal collaboration agreement with SANParks just recently, and the focus of that collaboration agreement is on 7 work streams. Those work streams are important. They include ICT, information technology, infrastructure maintenance, fundraising, human capital, operations, environmental awareness, and tourism. However, there's one further one that is under consideration at the moment, and we're just about to include that in that collaboration agreement. And that is promoting the Vision 2040 objectives in and around mega living landscapes. Now, how do we quantify our support to SANParks? What we offer primarily is boots on the ground. Our 2,700 members last year contributed 419,000 hours of duty. That translated at the lowest salary in SANParks per day, per hour, is 73 million rand. We traveled to the duty and performing the duty 3.6 million kilometers. You're going to love these numbers, Sibo. And then the assets and the services we provided and procured from SANParks was a further 19 million, totaling 107 million. That is the value to SANParks. Now, we're there in support of SANParks, not as a crutch, but as a helping hand, joined at the hip. We're not subservient, it's a joint focus. And how do we operate? We operate off a wish list system. So all the park management, so we don't tell SANParks what they need. We listen to what the community tells us, what the parks need, and then the park management submits to us what they call wish lists. Those wish lists, of which there are about 1,100 wish list items on that list at the moment that we've been asked to fulfill. The primary focus that we've concentrated on in the past is ranger support. Canine, you would have seen the canine efficiency, particularly around poaching. Infrastructure, that's power facilitation, particularly solar, water, and other activities within the parks. What we really need to concentrate on mostly, because our members are our most important asset this time and giving the most value, is keeping the members active. So we're continually on the lookout with this wide range of skill sets that we have. We're continually looking for proper activities, duties that we can perform. So how do we raise funds? We raise funds through sporting events inside and outside the parks. We've just done the Comrades, you would have noticed, where we raised 1.5 million net, which we then plow back into fulfilling those wish list items that I spoke about. Birding and bush camp activities, fundraising events in the park, cultural, music, and other experiences, and then merchandise sales, donations, and sponsorships that we call on. Now, I'm going to ask you to indulge me quickly, if you would please, super please, because this wasn't on the agenda, but I think it's important enough that we do what we're going to do right now. I'm going to call up, if I could, Mr. Fizikile Kutani of the Cookhouse Sustainable Community Development Forum, and Elizabeth Mhlongo, Senior General Manager of the Socio-Economic Transformation at SANParks. Bongani, could you put that first list on the screen, please? And Abrami Potgieter, who looks after our socio-economic development team that we've recently established.
Please join us on stage.
Please join us. Fizikile and Elizabeth.
Join us, colleagues.
Please join us. There's Fizikile at the moment. There we come.
Can I help?
I'm going to speak in the mic. The mic.
Good morning. Good morning. You can hear me. Thank you. 2 months ago, the SANParks Honorary Rangers attended a meeting in Groenkloof with Ms. Elizabeth Mhlongo and Mr. Kevin Moore. In that meeting, a need was expressed. SANParks signed a memorandum of understanding with the Cookhouse community. This is part of an extension of what Vision 2040 is all about. There's a piece of land that the Cookhouse community very graciously agreed to SANParks to administer, and subsequently, in return, as per that agreement in the MOU, there was a list of needs expressed that the Cookhouse Sustainable Community Development Forum identified for them to be able to address the needs of that community. Now, that list is contained there. As you can see, it's a long list of needs. But just as a start, as a token of the commitment of the SANParks Honorary Rangers, we would like to today hand over a list of books that was needed by the Welcome Baskiti Library, Community Library. Some of these books I can try to express the names. The one is in Afrikaans, Ouma Molly se verjaarsdag. The other one is, you'll have to help. Yes. And then there's one that talks about monster hair, lost in the snow, which is not very relevant for South Africa. But these are all books that were identified by the Welcome Baskiti Library, and it is with absolute pleasure and a humble honor that we would like to hand over these books as an expression of the SANParks Honorary Rangers in providing support to SANParks, first and foremost, to address the needs of the Cookhouse Sustainable Community Development Forum as a step into making Vision 2040 a reality.
Am I on? Okay, and then I'd just like to point out that this was made possible by our Conservation Services National Project, of which we have a number. Conservation Services, when hearing about this requirement, said, we'll take them all. Well done. So thank you to them. Just to point out again, this is in support of SANParks. It's not, we didn't identify that need. We are merely facilitating the delivery and the fulfillment of this. And that's crucial. This is a SANParks-driven initiative, and we've been very privileged to be able to fulfill that need. Now, Bongani, if we put up the other list, please. To further the discussions, what I'm going to put up there, what Bongani will put up now, is a list, so we don't want to waste your time. We're sensitive to the time constraints. So if you can try and just put them all up, we have about half of them up there. That's a number of the initiatives, a number of the stuff we've been busy with over the past couple of months, and which we're imminently going to be busy with. So pick out one or two if you'd like, and you can ask questions on those. I'd like to just focus on two, if I could. The one is where we've realized that we slowly must include, and it has to be a slow process, we've slowly include the SED imperative, the socioeconomic development as we call it, or the SET as in SANParks, in our organizational dialogue or our own internal narrative for it to be seen as a conservation topic and not something separate. It's got to be joined. It's got to be one voice. It's got to be one word. The other one is focusing on improving the living conditions of our rangers, SANParks staff, and children within the parks. No good concentrating only on the external when you've neglected your internal, because there are a hell of a lot of those needs. Those people within are the people who are interfacing and are influencing the communities outside of the parks. Crucial. And the last one, we're considering expanding the SHR membership, the Honorary Rangers membership, to include what we call conservation ambassadors. And that's going to be a nice initiative because these uniforms cost money. The transport, as you've seen, the number of kilometers that we have to travel costs money. The hours that the members take as leave to attain that 419,000 hours, that costs money. So to be able to include local communities, we're going to have to change members types to be able to be more inclusive and to be able to address the needs of the mega living landscapes, the areas closer to home, not traveling to the Kruger or Table Mountain or so, which will allow. And this is a whole new dimension for us. Thank you.
John, I'll give you my cell phone number.
You employed me for 35 years, do you know that?
For many reasons. What I do like is the including other communities. And even though they might not be members, but they might need to help. They might like to help. Let's talk about that. Mr. CEO, Kat Sitter, please highlight the critical role of skills development, especially in this sector that we're talking about. We'll appreciate your insight. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Let me greet the leaderships of the organizations represented here, in particular SANParks as the organizer and all others represented. So we really appreciate this opportunity to engage on this subject matter, especially when the issue of sitters is a topical one currently. So then it will assist me to just clear the misconception. So as the Culture, Arts, Tourism, Hospitality and Sports Sector Education and Training Authority, we preside over 6 subsectors. The highest one being hospitality, that pays us, levies up to 65%, followed by tourism and travel services, 12%, sport, recreation and fitness, 9%, arts, culture and heritage, 7%, conservation, 5%, and the last one being gaming and lotteries. But what is important to note is that when we look at the levy payers in a ranking, SANParks is number 2. So that is important. I believe they deserve a hand, an appreciation, clap of hands. So the second biggest levy payer within our sector. So as a SETA, we develop what we call sector skills plans. We also facilitate the development of qualifications. And then the third part being the issue of implementing learning programs. Why I have to start from this point, facilitator, is critical because when I come to those skills to say these are the skills, I should have started at this part where I explain how we arrived at those skill sets that we are mentioning. So within the sector, we are guided by the frameworks that the Department of Higher Education and Training normally issues out to say, for you to really develop the sector skills plan, 1, you need to get the levy-paying employers. So within our sector, we're sitting with around 40,000 constituent members, of which only 17,000 pay levies, the skills levies, because the rest are small. They don't have a payroll that exceeds 500,000.
I was worried the way you look at me. We also pay, mustn't we?
I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope so. So how it works is that in terms of the Skills Development Levies Act, any employer who has a payroll of above 500,000, they must pay 1% of that to SARS. Then SARS takes 2% of that amount for admin purpose. Then the National Skills Fund takes 18%. Then we remain with about 80 of that, then to work with the sector. And 20% of that 80 goes back to the employers who are paying. We call that mandatory grant. So, but it has a condition. You have to submit the workplace skills plan, which is developed based on the individual employee development plans. So we're sitting with a challenge in that. And why I'm raising this is that currently the issue of the skills mismatch is a big one. That SETAs are training on courses that are not the demand from the employers. But the challenge that we are sitting with as SETAs, we are not getting employers submitting those needs, the workplace skills plan. Out of the 17,000 that pay us, only 2,000 are submitting the workplace skills plan. And now you sit with a skewed picture because you have a legal requirement annually to produce that plan. So what we do, once we have received now the workplace skills plans and we analyze and we extract information from the plans, we conduct desktop research to augment what we have received. The reason being that you find that out of the 2,000, one employer may come and say, I'm struggling to really employ a lodge manager. And this is now going to become a critical skill. There's a concept called hard-to-fill vacancy. I'll speak to it. Then based on that, that becomes a critical or a hard-to-fill vacancy, which in, simple terms, it's actually not, but because the process is skewed. So what we did recently, we have conducted research studies in each of these 6 subsectors that I've mentioned. So I will be sharing the part of the findings within the conservation subsector, which is the skills that are required, and they came out from the research that was conducted by the Northwest University. There was a team led by Professor Slaber that visited a number of lodges, and in some instances they were unable to be allowed access into that, but where they were able to do so, they then came up with the information that was provided to us. Then in terms of the areas that we found, there's number of interventions, your learnerships, your internships, your bursaries, and so forth. But it is important to just, take a step back and look at what were the SETAs established for in 2000. When SETAs started, the main focus was to look at the employed, because the money comes from the employers. Then we upskill the employed people to ensure that they can really progress career-wise within, the hierarchies of the organization. But due to socioeconomic challenges in the country, SETAs now were redirected to fund the unemployed. So this is where you see us now ramping up training, which is now criticized to be not addressing the needs. But as I already alluded to the fact that, again, the needs are not coming, as we request the industry to help us in terms of needs identification. So we did our research, which we are open to be criticized, but as I said, we use them in researchers to help us to pull information. But this is not a cast in stone. It is, a work in progress, because we do it annually. We issue what we call annual iterations of the sector skills plans, and we share with the industry. So the skills that came out of this process, then there seemed to be a need when you look at the issue of AI now and fourth industrial revolution. There are skills relating to your geographical information systems, remote sensing specialists, drone operator, drone monitoring technicians, AI and automation specialists, environmental data analyst, and this is mainly driven by your technology. And some, again, that we picked up, there's digital engagement and social media coordinator, technology trainer, conservation staff, wildlife monitoring systems, technician, online booking reservations manager. And we also picked up that there are instances where there is a need for social ecological integration officers to ensure that there's an involvement of the communities in terms of conservation. And there is also positions or skills relating to resource planning and monitoring. And what really surprised me was when an issue of human resource management skills came out as a need. Then I asked why. Then we picked up that in this sector, there will have been farmers who started as farmers. And then now they have sort of upgraded their businesses into the conservation area. And we picked it when we engage with them, we find that initially they will have fallen under the agri-sector. But now in terms of the classification, they are outside now the agri-sector, they are on our side so that, because they are now under conservation. Then you find that this person has never really managed people, but now they are running a business that will require those soft skills, that will require communication and even human resource management to understand the issues of disciplining staff, staff retention, wellness, and so forth. So, and also issue of interpersonal skills seem to have come out strongly, problem solving, digital literacy, data management, customer focus, digital communication, social media, and so forth. So I've shared this presentation with the SANParks team so that they can upload it when they upload others. So then out of this process, once we have put together this sector skills plan, working with the employers now and various training providers, we have what we call discretionary grants as a SETA. Then that particular grant now we look at areas where we are able to fund from our side. Then we work with the various employers and training providers to really train in those particular skills where there is a need. And then we also embark on qualifications. So I have a slide that talks about various levels because you will have opportunities coming at various levels. There are some at NQF1 where you can get your conservation support workers recruited and then trained. There are also positions at NQF level 2, assistant field rangers, NQF3 qualifications that we have the game farm hand, then up to NQF8. So, and why we are stopping at NQF8 is because as SETAs, We sit on the right side of the national qualifications framework. The universities are sitting on the academic. We sit on the side where we develop what we call occupationally based qualifications. So we have started a process that will end in June next year, whereby the Minister of Higher Education and Training in June last year promulgated in the government gazette a process now to move from the what we call legacy qualifications that were developed in pre-2009 to move towards occupationally based qualifications. Why is this critical? It's because employers are saying that the qualifications that we have are irrelevant and it's a fact. And the changing circumstances necessitate us to move. And these qualifications require employers. As the sitter, we are a facilitator. The employers, I had one employer saying, I need Cat Sitter to sit with me and talk. The employers have the opportunity to tell us what kind of qualifications. SANParks, as they talk about Vision 2040, they need to tell us what kind of qualification, what do we have to put into each of those qualifications, even the NQF levels. Then once that has been agreed in each of the qualifications that we need to work on, we're sitting at 88 qualifications that we need to develop by June next year. So we need the employers to come and tell us. We bring in those community of experts, then they tell us, no, this qualification should be at NQF 6. Okay, is that what we want? We package all the records of the conversations. We take the process to the Quality Council for trades and occupations. And once they have checked in terms of the framework that indeed this qualification meet the standards, the community of experts were there from the industry, then the qualification gets registered with the SAQA. So you can see that, Vision 2040 really will get support from the qualifications point of view because it is driven by the industry. They have to tell us in terms of the right side of the NQF. And we can then develop qualifications up to level 8, which is a postgraduate qualification. So then the last part I need to talk about is the partnerships. As the sitter, we are now emphasizing more on working with partners. SANParks is one of them. The CEO yesterday was presenting, showing the slides. We are looking at projects that have high impact. If a partner comes to us and say, we are traversing on a journey up to 2040, we want partnership. We ask a simple question. If we partner with you, how many permanent jobs will you create? I'm glad to indicate that in our conversation with SANParks, when they came to us, there was a commitment that let us enter into this partnership. We're going to create employment and also entrepreneurs in that program. So the partnership that we have entered with them has guaranteed employment for a certain number. I can also talk about another program where we partnered with McDonald's South Africa to really train 1,400 learners, of which 80% of those who complete are going to be absorbed into permanent employment. Already some have been employed. We are moving to phase 2 of that program. The Minister of Higher Education will be launching that program in 2 weeks' time, so that we really show that we are moving. So I believe that as a sitter, we are aligned to Vision 2040. We will be working with SANParks, and we are calling upon others within this subsector to really work with us, because time is not on our side with regard to these qualifications. You are the ones who should decide how the qualifications should look like going forward. Make use of this space to ensure that we have those full qualifications and also those part qualifications, the skills programs. So then ours will be really to be working hand in hand with yourselves to ensure that that journey that we have started is indeed realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Max. Sorry, Max. Ladies and gentlemen, all the employers that are here, there's an open invite that you need to partner, you need to come. So don't miss that opportunity. And I'm also proud of my panelists here that whatever they've touched on, they were practical. You know, you go to an MBA class, all they talk about is just MBA, it's theory. Here, it's practical stuff that can actually be implemented tomorrow. That's 1. 2, things that they've done with impact with numbers. So you are invited as the panelists will be dining with you to engage with them freely. Having said that, Max, before I let you go, those that have qualified, I just want to check to make sure that I understand how this thing operates.
Okay.
Do you link them with different employers? Because not all of them might come through the employer. Some might come, via just a group that you have found. How does it operate? After I've qualified through KETSITA, would you find me a job somewhere, or I'm on my own after that paper?
Thank you for that question. As it stands, we are facing a problem in the country whereby the spaces or the jobs are not enough. So what I'm trying to say is that we are training these young people in large numbers, but then the commitment from the employers, because we are not employing. We are training and certificating the learners, yes, but we need employers. But one program where I can proudly say it is working for us is the chef qualification. The artisans that we are working with, the training providers and also some employers also training them. That is a job absorption program, because out of the 3 years, they go to class for 6 months, then the other 6 months they are at the workplace, and some, before they finish 3 years, even go to be trade tested. Already they are absorbed, because they are already showing what they can do, and then the employers are absorbing them. So that program is the one that we are now investing in more resources, because it helps us to really get the learners employed. But in the other areas, this is where we are struggling as sitters, and we call upon employers to come on board and really avail their workplaces where possible and absorb as much as you can. But we conduct track and tracer studies. Yes. Once we have trained learners, we are required a year after to conduct a track and tracer to understand where are these learners that have completed. Are some now in entrepreneurship, and in some instances, we even come up with what we call work readiness programs, so that we link them up with employers to get experience and also implement internships and so forth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. John, I'm going to come to you. You've said a lot, and you made us think a little bit. But can I ask this question? What lesson can we learn from your experience about building strong networks of support?
It's crucial that we do build those networks and those collaborative relationships with many of the other conservation NGOs and MPOs and those involved in the industry. As we have already, we have an MOU with quite a couple of our colleagues in the industry. EWT is one. We work very closely with them on a number of projects, because we are those boots on the ground, and that's, yes, what we can offer. So where they're able to, from a scientific perspective, get things done and raise a lot of funding through grants, we then provide those boots on the ground to give effect to a number of those programs. So that's one of them. Then it really goes across so many of the other areas of our operations. It's just very, very wide, if that's sufficient.
Thank you so much. Thandeka? You see, I'm doing it the other way around, I think we do appreciate that SMEs in this country plays a crucial role. One being to ensure that this economy grows, two being to ensure that employment is created. So we appreciate that. And before I ask a question, often than not, we underestimate, there's things that it's close to my heart, ECDs. Now, these little ECDs are so small, you might underestimate them, but the jobs that they create, it's actually amazing. And based on that, I'm going to ask you a different question to say, how can uplifting this small enterprise around the SANParks support both livelihoods and conservation outcomes? That is the first one. before you go there, and then the other one is, in that spirit, are there innovative financing models that can secure long-term sustainability? Because you don't want them to leave them small. They have to grow a little bit.
No, so first and foremost, what we understand about SMEs is they are in need of cash, but they are really stuck because there's limited access to business opportunities as well as the capital itself. And in the informal sector, especially in the rural areas, which tends to be in and around our parks, this is more pronounced because the SMEs are often deemed as high risk for traditional lending methods. And so what ends up happening is you get SMEs who either miss out on the opportunities or they end up turning to unlicensed lenders who often charge high interest and high risk models. And so at the end of the day, the SME becomes stuck in the cycle of spiraling debt as well as unsustainable business practices. So this is a very important problem for us to, as corporate citizens, to assist in. And we have to come at it with a mentality around patient funding. So in this model that we have with SANParks, what we've done is if the SME comes through the SANParks processes and they go through the tendering process, but if they have to, for example, acquire towels, they will go through the process with SANParks, and once they pass, they are then come onto our program where we provide the funding directly to the supplier, where we then de-risk the whole model, making sure we don't land up in these scenarios often that happen with government where funds are paid but the services are not delivered. So in this scenario, we de-risk it by paying the supplier, but we also then pay the SME the profits that are due to them. And so this whole ecosystem, it demonstrates the innovation that needs to happen within us as financial services providers, because we're not saying this is donation. This is not CSI. This is actually us delivering patient funding to ensure that we deliver on the mandate around inclusive economies. And you're correct, when it comes to jobs, it is not, SMEs in this country are not just for themselves. They come with many communities behind them. So when we look at the 216 jobs that have been retained through this process, there's a component, of course, that is temporary jobs and a component that is permanent jobs. But us as Sanlam, we are doing our part to support Vision 2014.
Thank you so much. Rachel, let's see what we ask you. You know, it's like those shows in the TV where you wonder, yes, what is it going to say now? How can partnerships in tourism unlock funding opportunities for conservation-linked enterprise? And the last one, and how can private sector help sustain mega living landscape?
So I think I'll start with your last question.
Thank you.
Right, so SATSA, as a private sector representative body, is a great connector, both from a collaboration perspective, a skills perspective, and when you talk about skills, is what skills are needed to bolster both conservation and sustain those mega living landscapes. And because we have the power to both connect, create partnerships, and work with, what do you call it, patient funding? Yes. We bring all those skills into the room to make sure that we can lead in a manner that is sustainable, but also take the input for what is it that is the desired outcome at the end of the day. I think when we talk about mega living landscapes, one of the projects we've embarked on again as SATSA, we have a mantra which has become a Get Shido, and that stands for Get Done, which means you use what you have where you are, right? So we can look for reasons why we cannot do things. But I remember 2 years ago, and one of our Makosi was on stage right now, but one of our leaders was with us 2 years ago, and she spoke about how they wanted to start indigenous gardens with medicines they were often walking into the likes of Kruger Park to get access to. And we spoke about how we have landowners, we have lodges, we've got tour operators who can actually work with structures such as SANParks and our traditional leaders to actually say, this could work in these spaces. We also talk about how there was a comment made in your panel earlier about the challenge. I believe the Eastern Cape only gets 4% of tourism. Is that the number? So from a marketing perspective, and we're always, I mean, David Frost, my CEO, is at the back, and he's forever beating on this drum that we've got this magnificent country. But we need to bring more of the minds that we have into the room together. Simple things, CEO, I'll share with you something that was shared with us yesterday. They said, why is it still Addo Elephant National Park as opposed to Addo National Park? Because in the name, we create restrictions which may speak to the numbers that we're actually trying to attract. So I think we're just, for a simple example, that is the power that we have. But I also think it's important, we keep using the word inclusivity, that we move from using inclusivity as a term of charity as opposed to a term of strategy.
Love it. I love it. So you've taken all of them, eh?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm just checking. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do what I normally do best, which sometimes is not to listen to the instructions. And the group CEO, you'll forgive me. But I do believe that we've displayed the following. There's a question that I needed to ask the panelists. It says, what does a strong funders ecosystem for Vision 2040 looks like? We've displayed it. If this is not it, then I don't know. My assessment, this is it. It must look like this. Not something that we just put on a blackboard and then we can't come and account. They've come and account, and they gave you stats, and they invited you. It must look like this. And I'm going to invite you for a short tea before I disappear, just so we have a different conversation, us, on the side. We are not going to tell them what we are talking about. But the CEO knows I like to do these funny things. And then the other question, it's also been taken, ladies and gentlemen, to say, how do we ensure that funding and partnership are not just short-term? There's no short-term here. So it will be unfair for me to ask those questions because they've answered it. Now I'm going to invite the audience, ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Ask questions. Can we have some mics? Yep. When we talk about money, the hands goes quickly. Yeah. It's like 2 questions. I'll take only 2 questions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm running 30 minutes over, but I was not the cause of that. Just so it was like a year. I couldn't stop it. Just 2 questions.
Yes.
Only 2. I'm sorry, we'll ask them questions afterwards.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Greg Lowe from Hout Bay. Okay, from the organization I represent is actually few cooperatives, which is tertiary. So it's cooperative based itself. So I like the panel actually on it. So first thing, let me first make a comment. One is actually, I must take my hat off actually for SANParks, because we just lived it, especially from Hout Bay, where SANParks actually purely come out. And SANParks is a partner of us in the form of a High Court order, where SANParks came out and sponsored, or I want to put sponsored, support 5 projects. And it's the first that happened. It's the first time a thing like this happened actually directly in a community, specific as vulnerable and controversial, like Hout Bay. So first actually, and I can put it actually from various point of views, okay? So we physically saw it coming. So we look at a sense of our small-scale cooperatives. SANParks actually came out actually with actually the angling support program, okay? And if you go actually to the expedition, one of the guys are already actually exhibiting at the back here. Okay? So go and see that. Where SANParks actually bought these guys a boat. Now, for bringing actually small scale into the mainstream of the fishing industry, it's huge. And SANParks took the step, not DEF. So not fisheries, SANParks. So let me stress on that basis itself. When it comes down to the issue of people talking about poaching, I'm looking at me itself as being rehabbed, as a rehabilitated poacher. Okay? Right? SANParks came in a form of even actually supporting us with the feasibility study in a new form of looking at a different form of abalone farming and harvesting itself. So let us actually please embrace what SANParks came to the table with, and specific to particularly that part. But looking at the panel itself and looking at the form of tourism. So my first question is, we would always say this vision, okay, it is not your vision, it is our vision. So we're talking our park, not your park. It's not you and us. So let us first look at that part on it itself. So everybody must start embracing that part, because then I'm talking about ownership, and everybody take ownership of conserving what we have and the beauty that we have in South Africa. So let us start off with that part of ownership to it. Then if you look at the sense of, if we talk about tourism, tourism must go right down to experience what the beauty that we have, right down into, because I can give you actually a poaching experience, tourism poaching experience, to see what I just went through, to put food on the table, what I needed. But we would say it's actually much more informal tourism to come and get that experience itself. And my question to the tourism industry is, how does that go down to the person right down on the ground that says, I do have a product, I do have a tourism product, come and experience it. What is the necessary support from everybody sitting there that will bring that to support actually somebody to experience that tourism actually product to it? In the form of a voluntary component. Sure. The problem I've got with voluntary, okay, it's not sustainable. And it's a misperception also. Because why is it that the poorest of the poor are the ones that volunteer? Why? But I like also you thought out of the box, where you even said you're doing actually events to raise that capital, to be in a position to volunteer. But also, it must stop the part where the most vulnerable are always the ones that actually volunteer. That must stop itself because it's not sustainable. On a financial component...
Can I please, we are running...
I just got two more. I've got one extra for
I'm not going to take any questions.
Yeah, I've got one for cat sitter and one for the private sector.
You'll ask them directly.
For cat sitter itself, is actually the balance between your part going to the persons that didn't get actually to formal education. What is the necessary support, bringing it up, all the way up actually to that person, to be schooled and do have the necessary skill to provide for himself and for the people that he carried for on it itself. But on the Sanlam part itself, I like the part actually what you guys are trying to do, but you must just shift it slightly.
Can we just, thank you. No other questions? Just take, if you can just answer. No other questions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Just briefly, whoever wants to take that question, briefly. And then we'll give a full answer when you're having coffee.
Okay, I'll start.
You want to go? Any.
Okay. So I was just going to say to the gentleman, I'm happy to speak to you after this panel from a SATSA perspective. We have a chapter here in PE that is actually working with many communities and how we take people from the ground up and partner you with the support structures you may need to get your product and your area out there.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my panel. Round of applause. Thank you so much. You have been so wonderful. I've enjoyed every second of it. Thank you. Thank you. Mom, I'm sorry.
Okay, there we go. Thank you so much to the panel and the discussions that we held there. All right, we are now going to break away. So let me explain to you how it's going to work, and the different panel or facilitators, I know that you're in the room, so I think you're in the room. May I ask you to stand up, the facilitators? There are 4 of you. We've got different sessions, there we go, that are going to be facilitated. We're going to be breaking into the rooms. So it's the conservation. Conservation is being led by Lawrence, is that right? Lawrence. So this is conservation. Lawrence is going to be in this room. And the reason or the way you find out which room you're going to be in, if you look at the back of your name tag on your lanyard, you will be appointed the conversation and the breakaway room that you're going to be in. All right, you'll see it at the back there. So please remember, if you're conservation, Lawrence is your facilitator. That's happening in this room. Then the next one is social cohesion. If you've got social cohesion, we've got Mtobeli, who's going to be doing it. There he is, all right? So he will be doing that. So that is going to be another breakaway. Now, for those of you for the different rooms, there are ushers at the back that are going to, there you go, look at them at the back. There we go. Those are the ushers that are going to take you to the respective breakaway rooms. But conservation, you are here. All right, so just stay here. Then inclusive economic growth. Hapilwe is going to be doing this one. She is the facilitator for this particular session. And then the final breakaway room is for climate resilience and sustainability. Dr. Mir is going to do that. Doctor, are you in the room with us? Doctor. Oh, he just stepped out for a moment. That's fine. He's probably already in the breakaway room. Okay, so those are your 4 facilitators. Those are the 4 different sessions. Look at the back of your name tag. You will see which session you've been allocated to. Remember, all of the guys at the back there are going to usher you to the respective rooms that you need to go to. More than that, I don't think there's more for me to tell you, except I think we're going to break for a cup of coffee, just so that you can grab yourself a tea, a coffee, a little snack to give you some energy, and then please make your way straight to those rooms. And once that session is over, we will again break for lunch, go to your breakaways, and then we will all meet back here for basically a grouping and a session after everything is done. All right, enjoy everyone. We'll see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we ask that you kindly, swiftly walk to the breakaway rooms. There is coffee and tea in the breakaway rooms. Because we are 30 minutes late, we're trying to save time because by the end of the day, you are going to be exhausted. So we kindly ask that you steadily make your way to the breakaway rooms. Coffee and tea and condiments are there in your breakaway rooms. We're trying to save time so that you're not truly exhausted by the end of the day. Thank you so much for understanding. attention, please. We are only left with 40 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could kindly have your attention, please. We only have 40 minutes left for the day, and our chairman loves to be on time. We want to get feedback from your incredible breakaway sessions. We managed to observe some of them, and it was wonderful to witness the robust conversations, the passion, and the drive in some of your breakaways. To facilitate this last part of today's activities, I'd like to ask to come on stage Ms. Yolande Friedman, Chairperson, SANParks Conservation and Socio-Economic Transformation Board Committee. Thank you, Yolande.
Thank you, everyone. I get to do, I think, one of the nicest sessions because I get to facilitate a session that's all based on every conversation you've all had. So this is really your session, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the conversations that everybody else has been having for today and the contributions that all of you are bringing to SANParks' Vision 2040. So seeing as we don't have much time left, without further ado, I'm going to call up the 4 rapporteurs who are going to come and report on your behalf. The process is that all 4 are going to come and sit up here, and they will each be given about 10 minutes max. It was 10 minutes, we're going to have to drop it to about 7 or 8 now, to do the report backs on your groups. And part of that time allocation will also be an allowance for any members of the group who feel that perhaps the rapporteur has not reflected correctly or has left something out. And so we will go through all 4 groups like that. And then at the end, if there is time, we will have a small Q&A so that if you were in one group and you'd like to pose a question to another group, you can do that. But bearing in mind that we don't have a lot of time, we'll just have to watch and see how that goes. But we won't take Q&A at the end of each session. We're rather going to do that at the end of all 4. So without further ado, if I can just call on our 4 rapporteurs. So we've got Mr. Victor Mokoena, who's our regional manager for the garden route. Victor, if I can have you up top. Fantastic, there I see you come. Victor is going to be reporting on inclusive conservation. And at the same time, coming up, if I can have Oscar Mtunkulu, who's our ME for Kruger National Park. Mr. Kruger, he's going to be reporting on social inclusion. And then I'm going to call Mr. Property Mokoena. He's our managing executive for parks in SANParks. He's going to be reporting back on the group that dealt with inclusive economic growth. And then we have Dr. Ernest Daimani, who's going to come up, and he's going to be reporting on climate resilience. We did have some gender balance in the group earlier, but our lady rapporteur has unfortunately had a family emergency she has to attend to. So we have kindly had Oscar, who has stepped in on that role. So thank you. We have got a roving mics. If you prefer to report back sitting or standing or coming to the podium, you are welcome. So without further ado then, I'm going to hand over to you, Victor, to first come up. And you're going to be talking about the Inclusive Conservation Group. Would you prefer to sit there or come to the podium? Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Yes, I think it's better now. Thank you very much. So if the colleagues at the back can just put the PowerPoint presentation that we prepared earlier on. So we had key questions to really address. And seeing that we've got very little time, I'll just sort of swiftly go into these areas and just address the issues in terms of the conversations that we had and address some of the key questions that were asked. So one of the questions that was asked was, what were the key barriers in the past to progress? And the second question was, what opportunities exist to address those? And who is not part of the conversation? And how can we ensure that we are inclusive and include these people who are not part of this conversation? And lastly, how do we therefore shift the needle and be talking about some of the key actions that we need to take forward from here? If I can have the next slide. So what have been the key barriers to progress? The first one? Thank you. I think what came out strongly, within the Conservation Commission was that local knowledge and traditional leadership is strongly undermined. And not just by what we implement, but it goes as deep as even the policies and the laws that we write undermine the leadership of the local communities. Secondly, lack of prioritization for genuine community needs. When we report about what the communities need, it is never about what the communities are saying they need, but it's about what we think they need. The policies that are failing to address community requirements. But then, therefore, the disconnect there is that the elite representatives of the people, or who are purportedly representing the people, don't quite represent the needs of the people on the ground. I mean, some very strong examples were made that when we meet here, where are the real people that have got the real issues? But somebody somewhere is standing there as a representative, and who decided that that should be the representative of those people? Implementation, challenges in conservation projects. Many conservation projects are there. However, the question always is, why is it just a talk shop and there is no real implementation that we get to see the outcomes of these projects? Exclusion of traditional healers. I think I have to mention this one specifically. And for the CEO and the board, I think it came out very strongly that in 2016 there was at Golden Gate African Spirituality Weekend. Now the question is, what happened to weekends like that where the healers get together, in conversations like that where they are able to interact with these sacred spaces, and they find in themselves completely forgotten, and which take us back to some of those conversations that we only talk about these things and we don't get to implement. Failure to recognize land value. Something of power in terms of understanding the connection that people have with the land. I have to mention this. When a child is born in Africa, the placenta and the umbilical cord is buried in the land. Therefore, this creates the connection between this land, the ancestors, and that person. So you can never really disconnect this person. It doesn't matter what you do with the land where the placenta and the umbilical cord, whatever, the source of life is this land. Let me go on further without going into details. The next slide. What opportunities exist to address these barriers? Let's collaborate with traditional leaders to redefine these policies. I mean, as I said in the previous slide, the policies are undermining the value of these traditional leaders. These are the stewards of land, and they have been practicing conservation long before anyone could come and say, leave this piece of land because we find it pristine enough and we establish a national park or a protected area. They know, and they have always understood, and that is why there's a disconnect in terms of their indigenous knowledge as well as what we call science. Let's train staff to work with communities. This has to come quite frankly, that even within SANParks, some of our staff are still operating within that military approach to the people. So they have not quite understood that this is a new era of conservation. Educate the land claimants on stewardship. A point that came out quite strongly, that yes, people do claim land and we give them land. But then what is the way forward in terms of looking after this land or these pieces of land as conservation areas going forward? Include people and parks representatives in SANParks boards. Now, this point was about the people who are representing SANParks. How many of them actually see the people aspect as part of conservation? Enabling traditional leaders to invest in conservation. In most cases, investment is happening within areas that are already protected areas. But what about those areas where traditional leaders are stewards of the land and they are practicing conservation of those land? What sort of investment is going there to assist them? Mobilize awareness to combat poaching. This is really about working together as different stakeholders to ensure that poaching is something that we combat. Not just as conservation entities, but you've got those community entities as well who are like-minded and see it exactly the same way that you see it. And they are not necessarily pushing in a different direction, but they want to work with SANParks. However, a point that also came quite clear was that SANParks has a big brother mentality, that we are the ones who know how it's supposed to be done, but at what stage we are going to be able to listen to what others are saying and seeing them as peers. Who is not part of the conversation? SANParks staff. And I think Makosi actually said it so well earlier on, to say, if change happens outside and it happens so well, what about those internally if they don't quite understand? Or, even worse, if they are not willing to be part of that change. However, SANParks staff need to be much more involved and be able to connect and understand exactly what Vision 2040 is all about. Knowledge holders and harvesters and leaders, and healers. These people are not really part of the conversation. So many things are happening within their space without having them completely involved, which creates, once again, a disconnect between their knowledge and other knowledge systems. Government entities. Government entities in the context of intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration. These mega living landscapes, as well as Vision 2040, is a responsibility of everybody. This is about caring for the planet. And this is a public good mandate. Previously disadvantaged individuals, a lot of people around in the communities where national parks are, or where even these landscapes are, they are not usually part of the conversation. And as I said earlier, more often than not, there is someone who happens to be representing them. But have we ever sit back and wonder whether this person is representing the real voice of the people? Private sector organizations, there are quite a lot of corporates that are not part of the conversation. For some of them, they may want to be part of the conversation to see how they can get involved, to see how we can take conservation forward. So therefore, Mega Living Landscapes encapsulates not just the conservation estates, but even those pieces of land and areas where there are different land use systems. And others, the responsibility lies in the hands of corporates and private sector. Now, what are the actions? So that it's not just talk shop. Let's assess the existing living landscapes. Somebody spoke very passionately about the biosphere reserves that are very much already an epitome of what these mega living landscapes are. Now the question is, how do we then understand the things that we have already been doing right? Or are we going to just be reinventing the wheel? What are we going to learn from those that have already been doing it? But more than anything, these people are already in conversations with certain communities, with certain groups about the same concept. Now, how do we connect and collaborate with them to ensure that we're talking to the right people? Develop advocacy strategy for Vision 2040. Now the question is about how do we ensure that we bring about the different stakeholders who are part of the conversation? Or we're busy having conversations in different areas, but then there should be some kind of a think tank that comes together and talk about these issues in terms of how do we take this forward. Because I'm sure sitting here, we can all agree that there is a direction that we are taking. And what a great time to live. Foster partnerships with government, NGOs, youth, and traditional leaders. There's a passionate statement that came forward to say, how well do our young people know about their country? Because when you go to many other parts of the world and you talk to young people, they understand exactly what is going on with their country. Otherwise, our young people get to be exposed to any kind of propaganda without understanding the real issues as to where their country comes from. So let's partner with the different stakeholders within the industry and ensure that we are moving into the same direction. I hope I'm still within my 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, so in the interest of time, I'm going to just move on to the next speakers. I'd rather just finish all the report backs before we run out of time, and then afterwards we can have those additions that I spoke about earlier. So I'm going to hand over to Oscar Mtukulu now, ME, Managing Executive of Kruger National Park, who's going to be talking about social inclusion. Oscar, are you ready? Waiting for your slides. Are you ready?
Just checking with my group. It's about the complexity of the issue that we were dealing with. So that's why I'm waiting for the... okay, so they're already showing. Okay, so we spent quite some time on this aspect, just dealing with the first question to try and distill this issue of social cohesion. And I think you'll appreciate how sometimes we simplify it, but it's so complex and difficult to unpack. From our discussion, what we found it interesting was the fact that communication is actually the major barrier in terms of the language that we use, in terms of the terminology that we use, and how do we express this terminology, particularly when we're talking about mega living landscape and seascape. Because amongst us, we're saying to ourselves, what is exactly that? Can we define it? What is an indigenous language that gives expression to this, that we can use so that we're all on the same page and we all do understand it? But also, what came out strongly was that in most cases, some of the ideas and the vision comes and appears as a top-down approach as opposed to be something that should be bottom-up and top-driven or directed. So those are some of the issues that we view as a group that there might be something that we need to really think about. One of the aspects that with all good intention, some instances we even have agreement and we have partnership arrangement, but when it comes to the issues of implementation and to try and see whether we can realize this. I thought my natural voice was still okay. So there are limitations and constraints because of either regulatory issues or because of us being not agile enough to deal with some of the issues and the things that we have agreed upon. And one of the issues that we also look at was the issue of inclusion of spatial planning, where we say that in terms of the land use, there are local authorities who are actually the authorities responsible for development at a local space, where we are not capitalizing on those opportunities so that when they are doing their planning, they capture the issues of culture, the issue of heritage, the issue of indigenous knowledge in those areas, so that it's already embedded and all-inclusive in this planning domain. But we also say, in terms of the legislation, because some people are asking us to say, but how are you going to manage this mega living landscape? Because your responsibilities is confined within the national parks. And those are some of the things that we say, those are the things that we need to look at it. How do we, as much as we understand that our role is the facilitator role, and our role is to inspire this kind of thinking and a new thinking to say, we need to move away from fences and fine, fortress conservation, and top-down and command and control approach to an all-inclusive conservation practice. Next slide. Now, we're saying, what are the opportunities that are there for us to be able to take this forward? We are saying already there are national dialogue or there are some kind of engagement that are already taking place. Why can't we include this so that it can cascade down to a level where everyone would have an access and would have an opportunity to participate and engage with the process? But also we're saying we need to make use of the existing department and other spheres of government. I think from my colleague who presented before me, this also came strongly to say we need to look at other government or conservation entities or sector that is we operating in the same space to say how can we use those so that we can amplify our message. The other one is inclusive partnership of communities, NGOs, and other structures in decision making. In some instances, you find that these structures do participate, but in terms of decision-making processes, are they really effective in influencing our decision when we're making decisions that will really affect these communities or that are going to affect these livelihoods that they have dependent on? So I think it's an issue of emphasizing that there has to be a real engagement, there has to be a real decision-making in terms of influencing to an extent that it's not, like a token to say people and structures will be part of these structures, but nothing changed. It's still the same way. We're still doing the same thing as we've been doing. Protected areas have been around. If you're looking at the oldest protected area, more than 153 years. But we're still dealing with the very same issues. As much as we are trying to say we are all-inclusive, we are encouraging other parties to become, to become part of the structures that are decision makers, but nothing really changed much to make sure that there is really an influence from these structures. We're also saying that we need to look at local livelihood that would be incorporated so that it also assists the communities so that they can leverage on these local livelihood that they have depended on so that they can benefit from them. Because in some instances you find that they are not elevated or they are not being included in the mainstream so that they can also derive benefit. The terminology and definition of community. I think we all struggle with this, of what do we define the community? What is the community? And in most cases, particularly when you're talking protected areas and national parks, when we say communities, we always refer to black communities. But when you look at it, it's the society and people that have an interest, and it's also not defined to a specific geographical area. There are others who have an interest in what we saying it's a community. So those are some of the issues that we say, how can we really inclusively make sure that when we define the community, so that even our communication strategy and our engagement, it's all inclusive. Because some of it gets lost in this thing that we define as communities and say, who are the communities in this context? And we're saying, let be advocacy programs within policy guidelines. What is happening is that as much as we are saying what we're going to say, we are going to do and we want to achieve in terms of Vision 2040. But there has to be a lot of advocacy in terms of the policy change, in terms of how we deal with this and how we're moving forward. And in most cases, even these policies and legislation that are being implemented, they are not necessarily being informed by the local situation, so that they also become beneficial to people that are going to be affected by these instruments that we are developing. So there is really going to be a need for us to engage in those processes, but in a meaningful way, not just to do lip service and saying we are doing it because we have to do it as part of the participation process. But we need to listen and hear and understand how does it affect the people on the ground. Next. Now, when we saying, let's look at what are the opportunities for transformation that we can look at, we need to consider the nuances of understanding of who makes up the communities, as I indicated. We also realize that there are groups that are not necessarily organized. How do we reach out to those? We also realize that sometimes we say we communicate, but how far can we communicate? In some instances, you find that the information is being made available to certain different platforms, but it doesn't really interest the communities and they do not necessarily participate, or else they get left out because of how we have packaged the information and how we have communicated. So we wanted to say, how do we understand this and what does it that makes the communities and what are the structures within the communities that we can reach out? We also wanted to say we need to harness the existing structure and in terms of the planning and the alignment, because most of what we're talking about, I mean, we talk about the biosphere and other, concepts that have been applied in terms of conservation and protected area or ecosystem or natural resource management. But there's always a misalignment because we always come up with some of the new things, but there are already existing structures in place. But we don't necessarily talk to each other. We are all positional based on what is your mandate and what you are responsible for. So we felt that there is a need for us to align ourselves and also to use the existing structure because some of them really can work. It's just a matter of how do you do it and how do you package and how do we communicate and engage so that they become effective. Knowledge exchange. There is no substitute as much as we understand that some of the issues and challenges, they may be common, but the solutions may not necessarily be the same. But it does help others to give them exposure because some might have walked a particular path and they may have an experience. They must learn things that we may not be aware of. So we say that that's an opportunity for us to have that and engagement so that we can learn new ideas, so we can redefine and reshape our thinking so that we can deal with the challenges that we deal with, because some of the issues is that the challenge we have and the thinking and the mindset is that the things that are protected, that are fenced in, it means that they are important than those that are outside in the community. And so the community say, but why do I have to take a responsibility? Because it means that what is inside is already protected, and it's what needs to be protected. So it's that mindset and the mentality in terms of how the protected areas have been implemented and how communities and structures that were supposed to be part of this inclusive management of their livelihood, that's how they were then, they view things. Now the responsibility is with them to say, can we deal with this issue? The challenge we have is that These communities now have a burden. Everyone is looking at these local communities and the people around these national parks and this mega living landscape to say, can you assist us to come up with a solution? But in the first place, they have never been part of this process. So these are some of the things that we say we need to venture into, and we can never say learning exchange is enough. You do it until we get it right. So there's always have to be an opportunity to do that. Okay, so I've got 30 seconds. Next. So, who is missing? We're saying unorganized groups. We're saying youth. I think youth was also mentioned in the first presentation. We say ordinary members of the SANParks organization. The staff members were also mentioned in that presentation because the feeling is that people on the ground, some of them really do not have an idea, and sometimes they don't necessarily buy into this, so we need to do more work on that. Provincial and local entities, and so this responsibility is not only for SANParks, this is everybody's business. Next. Priority action, we need to package a way of communication that reaches out to all stakeholders and reach out to the department and other spheres of government and traditional leaders. Traditional leaders were also mentioned. Communities being part of governance structures and review legislative and regulatory implications. So these are the things that talks to the issues and the barriers that we have identified and talks to the opportunities that we saw and how we can realize them. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to rush Oscar because he is so passionate about this, and it's really gratifying to hear that passion. But in the interest of time, I'm going to move on quickly. I'm not even going to stand up. I'm going to hand the mic straight over to Property Mokoena, who's our managing executive for parks in SANParks, and he's going to be talking to us about inclusive economic growth.
No, thank you. Let's see whether it comes up. Thank you, Yolan, and good afternoon. Hey, I took two leave. Okay, no, it's okay. So my name is, I'm Property Mokoena. I'll be quick, I'll be brief as well. I'm just introducing myself because I'm from Mpumalanga. And you know, when we are from Mpumalanga and you are given a name like Property, you must know that we are from Bushbuck Ridge. Those people, they get funny names like that. So I'll be talking quickly about inclusive economic growth. What I know for sure, economy affects everyone. You wake up in the morning, it affects you. You want to run, it affects you. You start your car, it affects you. So this, I think it touches all of us. We can go to the next slide. So in our group, we've looked at several barriers to entry to this. One of it is access to funding. We feel that it's very difficult to get funding within our systems. If you don't have information, you will not be able to crack it. And another issue which is so important, I think even the colleagues have sort of cited it, is the legal framework. South Africans or the country and parks were created within specific laws. So if those laws are not changing, it will be difficult to achieve anything. You will have to have sort of a new regime in terms of our legislation. And there was an issue of a title deed versus a debt capital. A big argument happened in that part because other members felt that if you own land in a township, you are sitting with value which you can't capitalize. While other members felt that you are sitting with value which is protected, which the bank can't really take it away from you. And one of the other issues which we thought it's a barrier is you have to go back the way you were, yeah. Go back, I don't know why you're pressing that thing now. Go, oh yeah, there. Okay. So there's another issue which we said it's a challenge. We can talk here, but you'll know that anything you do in South Africa, there's a process which you have to follow. There's sort of a tedious paperwork which you have to complete to achieve anything. One of the other challenge which we thought it's a barrier, there's no platform for community involvement. Platforms get created as we move along. There's no standardized platform that if you stay in Gqeberha and you're a community member, you need to go to this particular office. And lastly, is the issue of a language as well. We are, if you check here, without any race issues, the majority, we may be speaking a similar language, but we are busy trying to articulate things in English. And sometimes other people feel that they are not sort of recognized, or the message is not, doesn't land properly. We miss each other in that process. So that's an important thing which we need to correct as we move forward. Next slide. Then we went to, remember, it's an economic issue. So we look at who's excluded in this process. And we said, first, rural women are not part of this process, because once you go to Joburg and you are, I don't want to say you are, you adapt to that environment. It's like you don't fit when you go to Emakaya. So we thought rural women are left behind. And there's this thing, it's similar to the missing middle, the age gap. If you are, even if you have a brilliant idea, you are 35 and older, now you can't apply for a particular initiative because you are not a youth. We youth and or something like that. So doesn't work. In South Africa, they will decline your thing. Even if you are 35, 2 months, it will be declined based on that. And another group, we said PDIs are people as well who are excluded here in this process. And then this other gentleman came with a great idea that had us, especially in the border of Lesotho and South Africa, they've got so much skill. They can even tell you today that it will rain. They can tell you that the lightning will strike here, but I doubt that, but he's saying that. He said, but they are not part of this process. So we need to recognize indigenous knowledge in this session. I think the last one is similar to what I mentioned earlier. If you are in the wrong age gap, and the other gentleman said to us, what if you are 50 as well? You are not, there's things which you don't qualify for in South Africa. Next slide. Then what opportunities are there to address this? Technology is one of the key things, because things are changing fast. Communication happens very quickly. So if there's no lack of technology, it's a limitation. So we need to make sure that we work on that. The issue of CPP as well, we need to explore that. It's a good, because it empowers communities. And where an idea works well, let's not go and develop another concept. If a concept succeeded somewhere, we have to learn from that and take it and replicate it in our new areas. For example, if Kruger is doing something well, let's learn from that and take it and apply it in Ado or Golden Gate or any other area. Let's not repeat things which, or failed projects. You will know that in the country, if you look, there's people who are building, this hydroponics. They build it in Limpopo, it failed, they come and build it here. They think it will succeed. Even here, the same thing, it will fail. So we are saying we have to learn from our failures. Last slide. Actions, we're expected to do 3, 4 actions, but with so much energy. So what we'll do, I'll just cite only the 3 which are important for our group. One of it was the direct participation in the economic opportunities, which means we felt that communities must not just be given things, must be part. If there's a board, they must be part of the board. If there's a shareholding which is involved, they must be part of that. They must not just sit there and get shares. The issue of community trust, a gentleman from Kalk Bay, he said it's working very well. SANParks has initiated something like that in that area. Another important thing is this thing of sharing of knowledge or case studies. We South Africans are have a particular tendency, they talk but they don't write things down. So we don't have case studies. We need case studies to say, okay, here's a case study, this was done there, we can improve it in this particular fashion. Sharing of knowledge as well is an important one. And ongoing learning as well. We thought we should learn from each other continuously. Innovative finance, because without any finance, it will be difficult to achieve certain things in South Africa. More importantly, I'll go back to the legislation reform, because if the laws are the way they are now, it will be very difficult to achieve some of the issues which we want to do. With that, I think our group sort of support the Vision 2040 initiative, and we had philosophers in that group, so it was a good initiative. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Property. And definitely not least, but last on our list is Dr. Damani, who's going to be reporting back on the group dealing with climate resilience and sustainability.
Thanks for saying that same name correct.
Oh, I love it.
Good afternoon, everyone. We knew that we will be the last to present. So after going through a very rigorous scientific and statistical analysis, we calculated the probability of occurrence and accuracy of data provided by the three groups here. And we concluded that whatever I'll be presenting will be repetition. And therefore, there is no need to continue. Unless there is any objection, then I can. But we can nonetheless go through the climate resilience pointers. And just for context, I think we really felt that it's important to state that building resilience is not just about survival. It's about thriving under pressure while safeguarding nature and dignity. I think dignity is really crucial, especially for our own people, because this is what we're trying to restore. And in terms of climate change, this is influenced by frequency and severity of these extreme weather events. And this really has socio-ecological and economic, implications. And at the center of this is food security, increase in poverty, and cause of health issues. And these are really complex socio-economic and ecological challenges that need a holistic approach. I won't repeat the questions that each group had to go through, but I will just highlight those 4 questions in terms of the key prompts. In terms of number 1, taking stock of what have been the barriers to progress. I think there was a strong feeling that a paradigm shift in mentality of dependence, especially on fossil fuel, and it's really a challenge, and we need to explore other options. Secondly, I think usage of terminology, that climate change is too scientifically focused and therefore exclusive. We need to break down this into, simple language that can be understood by everyone. And other barriers is that we need to internalize and include 2040 and mega living landscape in our operations, not only within our boundaries of protected areas, but even beyond. And I mean, outside our protected areas, we have other issues such as service delivery. And when working in this mega living landscape, we will be confronted by this. And also by internalizing, we need to make sure that every slide had that 2040 vision and SANParks. So just advice to my colleagues that we should start, internalizing that. Policy framework and the need to reform these policies, I think it's also a barrier, not an enabler. I will later, I think, also touch on that in terms of, how do we make sure that whatever policy we are using or legislation will be able to enable us to work in the mega living landscape, because it's not only about biodiversity, it's multiple land uses, and how do we deal with that when we are outside our fences. I think there was a mention of inclusivity as a strategy and not as a charity. I think we could really resonate with that when we extend, our efforts to community, we should make sure that they are part of the processes and we engage them from the beginning of the processes. And I think we're doing great in terms of the mega living landscape. But if we don't do this, it can be a barrier. Failure to use indigenous knowledge system and consider the usage of terminology. Here there was a question that what does even the mega living landscape mean in our own language? I mean, what communities use as mega living landscape? So sometimes we need to, consult with communities before we come with these fancy, nice, terms to make sure that, they become part of this concept. Inability to share knowledge or lack of knowledge as a barrier. There was an example made in terms of, banning regimes, especially in communities, versus scientific data. Because most of the time we think about, scientific data that we use and that informs processes within our protected areas. But, communities also have ways of using this, a regime system, for example, using fire, for grazing. And we need to make sure that these are integrated so that, one approach doesn't really, ignore or not take into consideration other practices. Lack of access to technology, especially in the mega living landscape, because these are mostly your rural areas. High level of poverty and unemployment, these are the barriers. If we really want to make a difference, we also need to make sure that we come up with means to address some of these challenges. The important one is on social license. How do you gain acceptance from communities and stakeholders? And we can only end this through trust and responsible practices. On number 2, what opportunities exist to address this? Few that we came up with: integration of indigenous knowledge system and scientific approaches. I've already, touched on this, that we can not only use scientific approaches, we also need to consider indigenous knowledge system and make it practical and make sure we use that knowledge that was generated over time. And there is an opportunity here to use Vision 2040, to operate outside our fences. Funding and climate opportunity, funding and opportunities when we are implementing climate change strategies. And these really require whole society approach and working with private sector, and advances in technology and also improving skills. And there was a mention that we can also consider 2040 ambassadorship. This will involve early learning in addition to all other programs such as environmental education and awareness. Community-led conservation to deal with climate mitigation and adaptation. So this is more of ownership, that this is not only a SANParks drive, in the Vision 2040, but we should make sure that community runs with this program and they have ownership. I think colleagues have already highlighted on collaboration, community groups and stakeholders and civil society. And we also highlighted the need for this integrated landscape, which really talks to connectivity. And also examples such as carbon sink or carbon sequestration that allows adaptation. The third one, who is not part of this conversation, I think the biggest challenge in our discussion was that this is not even about who is involved, but it was breaking silos, in our approach. Because here we are working with, multiple sectors, multiple land use, and here in the mega living landscape, you can find areas where it's agriculture, sometimes even mining, and are we even involving insurance companies to do risk mitigations? And there were some few examples related to this, and we also think that the financial sector needs to be more involved, especially around biodiversity financing, and even retailers. Here we're talking about our wildlife economy as an example and say, are we really reaching all the value chain users within our wildlife economy? And tourists also needs to be more involved because they also contribute to a carbon footprint. Indigenous knowledge holders, I think that was really highlighted as important, that we need to consider indigenous knowledge. We struggle when it comes to hospitality in terms of defining B&Bs, especially in the mega living landscape, because these are the poor of the poorest. And we even struggle to find out that whether the grading standard system that we are using will accommodate our B&Bs in this mega living landscape. So it's more on exclusion and lack of marketing when we're dealing with those opportunities in the mega living landscape. And we also highlighted that all these depend on whose perspective is included or not included. Those who are vocal will be represented here, and those who are not vocal will be missing in this engagement. So we need to amplify representation, especially in our communities, and include people such as our emerging farmers and communities at large. The last one, on things that can move the needle. We talked about legislative review and reform, and said we need to maybe start thinking about integrated law, because the question is, what is the mandate of SANParks outside protected areas? Because we have multiple land uses here, and we even ask about the governance structure, because for example, in SANParks, you will have that structure from the board executive and all that. But in these, multiple land uses where you have other sectors, what structure are we using there while we're trying to achieve, other targets, whether it's protected environment? Before we get into that, what is the structure? So these are the questions that came. Governance processes, SCM will always come up. And whether this will be applicable in the mega living landscape, are we able to practice all this and conform maybe to PFMA? And also, we need to develop protocols that will guide operations in the mega living landscape. Our SOPs won't be applicable in this mega living landscape. Communication and collaboration. We also touched on innovative financing mechanism, because we cannot rely on government subsidies. We need to come with innovative financing mechanism. And lastly, intergovernmental integration, such as implementing other strategies and commissions, already in existence, such as the Presidential Climate Change Commission. So these were some of the things that we thought if we can look into will really improve implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. We are definitely running a little bit behind time, but we did say that we would have the opportunity for maybe 3 or 4 questions. So I think if anyone in the audience has got, we'll limit it very much to 3 or 4. We'll just get a show of hands, and then maybe if I can have some help with a roving mic. It would help if you could target your questions to one of the rapporteurs. That way we can make sure that the person is ready to answer. And if I can have hands up now so that our people helping with the mics can already see where they're taking the mics to. So I've got a mic in the middle, and I've got a mic over there, and then we'll take a 3rd question, and then after that we will have to wrap it up just in the interest of time. At this point, I've got 2 questions. So that's great. Thank you very much.
1, 2. Thank you very much. I think my question goes to Kwena. The question is with regards to those that are excluded. Is it not action within your session? This is an important question in as much as it relates to a representativeness of voices in that particular. One would imagine a situation where if we want to single out particular groups, for example, traditional leaders, it would mean that certain groups, particularly the local community, I think I like the point where you indicated that the voices needs to be as broad enough as possible. So the question was, with regards to traditional leaders, is it not a reflection of dominant voices within that particular group so that we ensure representativity? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question. Well, I'm not too sure. I don't think the traditional leaders currently are actually a dominant voice. I think they're still part of the people who are still very much excluded, in relation to how, or within the conversation. The truth is, traditional leaders, leaders are also the stewards of land. And so as the stewards of land themselves, at this point in time in terms of the legal framework and where the investment is going, what are they getting? The investment goes into protected areas or areas that are declared for protection. But in terms of the practices that they have that are aligned to conservation, there's not much in terms of investment that's going there. An example can be used in line with, if you think about the Wild Coast. Remember what happened with Shell? When Shell was having plans to explore, within that area. It was traditional leaders that were really hard at work and standing against such explorations, because they are pro-conservation and they understand that conservation is something that they have been practicing. But what investment goes into supporting them? The other example is about when you think about game reserves where there is a lot of hunting and culling, where all this actually goes into what they call, mainstream economic sectors, where a lot of these animals that previously were on their land goes into these private areas and are being hunted by the elite. What are they benefiting from that? So that is why we hold a view that in actual fact, currently, they are not part of the voice that is really taken into consideration. So they're still part of the voices that are still very much excluded within the legal framework of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick ones. One of the key aspects about the community participation, if there could be consideration in the funding model that a small amount of money be set aside, which will be in the form of donor funding, to be able to assist community members who wish to put together some proposal, some project development. You find that communities sometimes, they are so incapacitated, they can't even make photocopies of some document. But if they know that they can apply somewhere for 1,000 rand so that they can be capacitated to structure some application. The second aspect, consideration, and the point has been made. Some of the major reserves, especially the Kruger National Park in this instance, there are times when they kill the animals. At the moment, the killed animal get disposed of in the normal commercial size to the previously advantaged members of our community. If a system could be established such that members of the local communities can be able to access, even if let's say they pay, but some so that they can feel that come the killing time, they are part of enjoying the benefit of that. The next point is, especially those communities wherein there have been land claimants, like in the one particular case of Palabora where I'm coming from, that if there could be due consideration for a nominal amount from the gate takings of the tourists, that could be set aside for some community development elements so that they can feel that the more visitors go into the park, there is some share for them which they can use to develop some projects that have got something to do with the capacitation of the park. The last point is that developing, which is what coming from a recycling environment myself, we're developing a key holder. We're just looking for a sponsor, which will have Kruger National Park on the one side or SANParks, whichever, and on the other the sponsor. So that every visitor to the park should have that with a little message note about the SANParks Vision 2040. The same thing with us being here. It would have been great instead of going home with the running water's pen if we were going with a key holder of SANParks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because your question wasn't directed to one of our speakers, I'm going to give all of them or one of them, a volunteer, an opportunity to respond. I think Property, you looked like you wanted to take this.
No, thank you. But I think it's more of inputs and comments, and we welcome them because the gentleman is running an initiative where they are taking recycling materials and making bags in the boundaries of Kruger National Park, which is a good thing. And I think the idea of putting a small amount of funding mechanism, that's why we collaborate with the likes of Sanlam to unlock some of those challenges. And the issues of culling of animals and ensuring that local people get access to it. I think the South African model is aligned to that because we know that communities or human beings do need some form of a protein. The only limitation happens where there's a disease issue where you can't now move animals because of certain disease limitations. But otherwise, I think it's a positive one and it's doable. And lastly, the issue of SANParks has been running a CSI program for years, where we take a percentage of our gate takings as a tourism levy, and we use that funding to develop schools or any need which a community may do. But what is lacking is that all the conservation entities in the country are not doing the same thing. That's why you'll find out that this entity is implementing it in this way, the other entity is implementing it in a particular way. So we may need to formalize that space and make sure that it's uniform. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think the point is well made that rather than us only responding, your points have been taken note of. I did notice that they were being written down, so they will add to the comments that we already have. So thank you, everyone. This brings us to the end of the session. We have gone over time, my apologies, but I think the point's been made extensively in the whole Vision 2040 development process, that this is about your voices, and we want to hear from you, and I didn't want to cut the session too short because this was really important. So thank you for everyone who's contributed in the groups and then also to this session now. This brings us to the end of the session, and I'm going to hand back to our facilitators. But just to assure you, your voices have been heard, the points have been made, the reports have been drafted, and all of this does form parts of this continuing process of developing and expanding on Vision 2040. Thank you to everyone in the groups, everyone who participated, rapporteurs, the leads, the idea generators, and all the voices that have contributed to this amazing session this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Yolanda.
Leanne and I can't call you our casual names.
No, you have to call me. I'll grab that.
Well, on
You
stage,
must.
on stage, Leanne and I were complaining, but very politely, in that we wanted to share a stage together. So this is why we're doing the
both up.
farewell for today together.
So I just want to say goodbye. That's very much so what I want to do, because I know Anati's got a lot of announcements she needs to make, and also she'll be with you back again tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I, however, am not going to be here tomorrow morning. So I really wanted to take this special time to say thank you so much for having me. I think that this is an incredible initiative. I really, really do. And I have wanted to stay through today to listen and hear, and particularly hear what the discussions were about and what some of the outcomes will hopefully be. And that's why I will be following this very, very closely. You know, this is something that's ongoing. It's the start of something incredible, I believe. And I just really have enjoyed every minute of being with every single one of you, from yesterday to the broadcast this morning, and certainly last night as well was a highlight. But today was really about the nitty-gritty of what this all entails. There's a lot of work ahead of you, but I know you can do it. So Eastern Cape, you've been amazing for me. There is still tomorrow, and I know that this is it's an intense session tomorrow as well.
It is.
So good luck. That's all I wanted to say, and thank you again for having me.
I was explaining to Lee, the gentleman on the far right, I didn't get your name, sir, my apologies, when you were talking about whenever a child is born, we plant a tree. So I was explaining to Lee, and for those of you who don't know, in our Xhosa tradition, when a child is born and the mom takes the child home, the umbilical cord, as we know, has a pin or a peg, and you are told by your medical practitioners how to take care of your child's belly button and how to dress it so that it can fall off and your son or daughter has a healthy belly button. In our tradition, KwaXhosa, we take the dried up umbilical cord. And if you are married, you give it to your husband, and he takes a seed of a plant, of a tree. And he takes that umbilical cord with the seed of a tree and he plants it in the garden. Because our belief is that with every child born, there must also be a tree born. So I was explaining to Lee that my first child, because I had him out of wedlock before we got married with his father, I gave my son's umbilical cord to my mother, and she dug and planted a tree here in our PE family home. And when we go home to Grahamstown, I know where my tree is. My older sister points to her tree, and my younger sister points to her tree. So we all have our trees in our grandfather's garden. So to explain to those of you who don't understand that culture, it's because we believe that with every child who is born, a tree must also be born. And it speaks to the heritage that we were speaking of, and how our traditional leaders also are very integral, have an integral role in that, and us preserving who we are and what we are, and our land is part of that, but also we are part of that, because as we are born, we give birth to more of our vegetation. It brings us to the end of today's program, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I just have a few announcements so that I can make tomorrow easier for you. Please, can all of you delegates check out before you come to the conference tomorrow, so that we make heading to the airport or going to our different destinations easier. So can you check out in the morning before we start tomorrow's program? Dinner you will all enjoy in your various places, and please make sure you have a good evening and you rest as well. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. sharp. All the buses will be ready to leave by 8 o'clock to depart to this venue, and the small quantums will depart at 8:30. So the big buses depart at 8 and the smaller buses depart at 8:30. And we do ask that you check out before we see you tomorrow. It's been an honor to be with you over these 2 days. I can't wait for tomorrow. To your 2040 vision, it is beautiful, it is powerful, and it is ours. Leanne, always an honor to work with you, my friend. I love you. Good evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. you.